City Council. Today is Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. Given today's invocation will be given by Rick Ivy of Wesley Methodist Church. If you'll please come forward. And please remain standing for the pledge to our nation's flag. Everyone, please silence your cell phones. Thank you.
Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, your love for us never fails. You are the God of all creation. You are the creator of all that is and all that ever will be. We thank you for blessing us with our lives, with this day, for a city and for people. We pray that during this holy week that you would give us a heart of thanks and gratitude. Remind us that you are a God who calls for us to live at peace with one another, to seek justice for our neighbors, and to be a people who live peaceably so that we all might prosper. All these things we pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Please join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reverend Ivy, thank you so very much. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Mouton.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Durio.
Present.
Councilmember Getz.
Present.
Councilmember Turner.
Here.
Councilmember Felshaw.
Present.
Councilmember Samuel.
Present.
And Councilmember Neal.
Present.
Thank you. We have a full house today. Today we have 3 proclamations and 1 recognition. And the first proclamation will be for the 75th anniversary of the Nature's River Festival. And I will read that one. Whereas for the past 75 years, the city of Beaumont has been heralding the coming of spring with the advent of the Nature's River Festival. And whereas from time to time, uncommon commoners have become knights, duchesses, princes, queens, and even kings. Whereas the annual Royal Etiquette Challenge the royal subjects to commit to fun, frolic, and festives. Therefore, let it be known that in the year of our Lord 2023, I, Robin Mouton, Mayor of Beaumont, Texas, do reluctantly relinquish my reign over the city for the week of April 11th through April 23rd, and invite King Nature's the 75th to treat my faithful followers and his newly acquired royal subject to partake in all matters of festive activities, feasts, nectar of the gods, and a regal radish of rakish revelry and kingly cavortance with their neighbors and friends. Furthermore, let the town crier bring the message to every hamlet and village within shouting distance and beyond, and let King Nature's 75th command his subject to enjoy themselves to the fullest during this fun-filled, fast-paced 75th Nature's River Festival Week. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Robin Mouton, Mayor of the City of Beaumont, do hereby recognize on this 4th day of April 2023, and hereunto set my hand that and cause the seal of the City of Beaumont to be affixed. Accordingly, signed Mayor Robin Mouton, April 4th, and accepting this proclamation for Nature's River Festival of 75 years is Ashley Bryan, Nature's River Festival Social Chairman, Fuller McSpadden, Nature's River Festival President. Please come forward. You're there. Thank you.
We got the script. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for giving us time. We're honored and so grateful for that, and we're just so blessed. We've got a great great festival planned. Our talented and lovely social chairman here has been working so hard, and I want to share this real quick about her. Her great grandmother was our very first social chairman 75 years ago, and just to kind of a testament to the ongoing tradition of the festival. We wanted to share we are now officially, I'm not sure how we're official on this, but we are the longest continually running festival in the state of Texas, which we didn't miss the COVID year. So that kind of made us the longest ongoing running festival. So we're very, very proud of that. We've been around 75 years, which is fantastic. And it obviously began to kind of celebrate our natural resources and our beautiful river and all it brings to our area. And of course, our most valuable resource in our youth and our young people. And this year, again, we're going to be able to award 9 more scholarships to area youth. 2 are going to be specific to Lamar, and our other 7 are any institution they want to go to. They can go to Lamar if they want to go to Lamar, but those 7 can go to any institution for higher learning. And that's probably the funnest thing we do. We're in that process of choosing those 9, and it's been so humbling to see these kids, or to hear and read their essays when they apply. They all have this sense of pride in their community and gratitude, and they all seem just so humbled and just love their community. So I think we're in great hands for the future with our group this year. So really, really exciting times for the Nature's River Festival. We had a fun morning this morning. We got to announce our Citizen of the Year. So we're proud to announce that real quick. Judge Brannick, just down the street, is our Citizen of the Year 2023. And also next Wednesday is our King's Arrival at the Event Center, 5:30. So if you're all available and can make it, please join us. We're going to reveal our King 75 there, and also do a little presentation for Judge Brannick at the same time. So with that, thank you all very much. We're so grateful for your support and your commitment to the Nature's River Festival. We did put a little, very small token, little gift for you guys, and please enjoy and participate next week if you can.
Ashley Fuller, if you're just come this way and shake everyone's hand.
Absolutely.
And let me present this proclamation to you. Thank you for the continued festival, and we look forward to seeing you on next Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Congratulations.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Our next proclamation will be read by Mayor Pro Tem Chris Durio.
This proclamation is for National Public Health Week. Whereas the week of April 3rd through the 9th, 2023 is a National Public Health Week, and the theme is centering and celebrating cultures in health. And whereas since 1995, the American Public Health Association, through its sponsorship of National Public Health Week, has educated the public, policymakers, and public health professionals about issues important to improving the public's health. And whereas the Beaumont Public Health Department is always working for a safe population by assisting the community with understanding health issues, protecting people from disease, preparing for public emergencies, assuming a safe and healthy environment for people, promoting healthy living, and helping get the services they need. And whereas Public Health Week provides public health professionals an opportunity to celebrate the many accomplishments of public health and to heighten the public's awareness of major health issues affecting our communities. And whereas public health professionals help communities prevent, prepare for, withstand, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats. including disease outbreaks such as COVID-19 pandemic, monkeypox, norovirus, natural disasters, and disasters caused by human activity. And whereas preventable risk factors such as physical inactivity, poor nutrition, tobacco use, and excessive alcohol use are a leading cause of chronic diseases, and 6 to 10 U.S. adults have a chronic disease, and 4 in 10 have 2 or more, and chronic diseases cause 7 of every 10 deaths annually in the United States. And whereas public health action, together with scientific and technological advances, has played a major role in reducing and in some cases eliminating the spread of infectious disease and in establishing today's disease surveillance and control systems. And whereas this year's theme, centering and celebrating cultures and health, acknowledges the fact that we learn from the communities that we are born in and build together. As we celebrate this week, let's work together to make our community healthier and safer for all. Now, therefore, Mayor Robin Mouton, by virtue of the authority vested in her by the laws of the city of Beaumont, do hereby proclaim the week of April 3rd through the 9th, 2023 as National Public Health Week 2023 in the city of Beaumont, and call upon the people of Beaumont to observe this week by helping our families, friends, neighbors, co-workers, and leaders to better understand the value of public health and supporting great opportunities to adopt preventative lifestyle habits in light of this year's theme, centering and celebrating cultures in health. In witness whereof she hath hereunto set her hand this 4th day of April 2023, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 247th. Accordingly, the mayor has hereunto set her hand and caused the seal of the city of Beaumont to be affixed. Signed, Robin Mouton, Mayor, April 4th, 2023. And accepting will be Mary Alexander, City of Beaumont, Clinical Nurse Manager, Public Health Department.
Thank you.
On behalf of our director, in his absence, he's at a conference, we'd just like to say thank you very much for recognizing us, and it is our privilege and our pleasure to serve each and every one of you and our citizens every day. Thank you.
Mary, thank you so much for the wonderful work that you do in our community. And I know you've made your director, Mr. Coleman, very proud.
Thank you.
Thank
You all
you.
have a great day.
Next, we have a proclamation recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And I will read, whereas National Sexual Assault Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and impacts every person in the community. Whereas the goal of National Sexual Assault Awareness Month is raised to the public awareness about sexual violence, educating the community on how to prevent it and how to make predators accountable. Whereas 1 in 2 women and 1 in 4 men experience sexual violence in their lifetime. Sexual violence is common in youth and usually committed by someone the victim knows. Adolescents experience sexual violence are likely to become victims again as adults. Whereas the theme this year for National Sexual Assault Awareness Month is drawing connections, prevention demands equity, called on all individuals, communities, organizations, and institutions to change ourselves and the system surrounding us to build racial equality and respect. And whereas there is not a one-size-fit-all solution to the problems we see in the world, but there's a right-sized solution for each individual's needs. Practicing equality helps address imbalanced social systems, and justice can take one step further by changing social systems in order to achieve sustainable and equitable access for future generations in the long term. Whereas we can partner with rape and suicide crisis centers of Southeast Texas and its partnering agencies to exercise courageous leadership by educating ourselves and others on the issues and impacts of sexual violence, speaking out against harmful attitudes and actions, and supporting efforts to help survivors heal. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Beaumont does proclaim the month of April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and hereby encourages all to stand with survivors of sexual assault and eradicate this crime from our community, expressing our sincere gratitude to all those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all survivors of sexual violence. Accordingly, I, Mayor Robin Mouton, has hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Beaumont to be affixed this day. Signed, Mayor Robin Mouton, April 4th, 2023, and accepting is Cheryl Williams, Executive Director of the Sexual Assault Awareness Southeast Texas team. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you.
We'd like to say thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Sexual Assault Awareness Month recognizes the problems that the survivors of sexual assault experience and how hard it is to go on and move on with their lives once they become victims without the crisis intervention that we provide with them. And it's really hard for them to even accept services because sometimes no one in their family members know that they have been sexually assaulted, and they're afraid to tell anyone what has happened to them because it's embarrassing for one, and then they don't know what to do about it. But crisis intervention is a big help for them. And the Crisis Center has provided these services for 49 years. We're coming up on our 50th anniversary in providing these services. So without the help of the City Council and the citizens of Beaumont, we would not be able to provide most of these services. So we'd like to say thank you very much for your continued support.
Thank you so very much for the work that y'all do. Thank you. Okay, lastly, but certainly not least, we have a recognition for the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Zeta Phi Chapter, celebrating 50 years on the campus of Lamar University. And I have decided that I will let your brother, Council Member Turner, read this proclamation.
Well, I want to humbly say thank you, Mayor Robin Mouton, for letting me acknowledge my brothers, man. I thank y'all for what y'all do, and I'm looking forward to reading this proclamation. Whereas the fundamental purpose of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated is achievement. The desire is awakened within each member, high ideas and untouchable desire to achieve both in college and subsequent in life. A place where youthfulness in the world, and whereas the objective of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated is to unite college men of culture, patriotism, and honor in a bond of fraternity, to encourage honorable achievement in every field of human endeavor, to promote the spiritual, social, intellectual, and moral welfare of its members, to assist the aims and purposes of colleagues and universities, and inspire service and public interest. Whereas on April 6, 1973, Melvin Minard, Bruce Martin, Spencer Charlton, Bruce Johnson, and Gerald Love became the first charter members of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Zeta Psi chapter on the campus of Lamar University, Beaumont, Texas. And whereas the ideas of scholarship and service has withstood the test of time, and as of today, the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated Zeta Psi chapter has initiated 36 lines with a total of 232 members. And whereas on April 6th, the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated Zeta Psi chapter will celebrate 50 years of community service on the campus of Lamar University and the Golden Triangle area. Now, therefore, on behalf of our mayor, Robin Mayor Mouton, the city of Beaumont hereby recognize and honor Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated Zeta Psi chapter on their 50th anniversary in Beaumont, Texas, and congratulate the members on the milestone in the fraternity's history, and extend sincere appreciation for the good work they do in helping citizens of their communities through various programs. Accordingly, on the hand of our mayor, set the hand caused on the seal of the city of Beaumont to be affixed. Our mayor, Robin Mouton, we want to award the greatest fraternity in the world, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Yes, sir. Accepting it will be Mr. Brother Bruce Johnson, one of the original members of Zeta Phi chapter charter members, Kappa Alpha Psi. Welcome, Brother Bruce.
All please come forward. Y'all come forward. I have to tell y'all, I asked Council Member Alderman Samuel if he wanted to read that, and I say no. Congratulations.
Congratulations, thank you so much.
Hello, my cousin. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Hello.
Congratulations.
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 All right. Congratulations. Congratulations. Mayor? You can't call me beautiful. Come on.
I know.
Congratulations. Good to see you. All right. Congratulations.
Love y'all.
You too, bro.
You want to go down and take a picture with him?
I want to get him like a senator.
To the city of Beaumont mayor, I say thank you. I'm not accustomed to doing this, but I do have a few brothers that would love to make a response.
Thank you.
I'm gonna try to make this real short. When the mayor was saying Kappa Alpha Psi, I was getting a little emotional because he never thought when you pledged early in the 75 that we would be here today celebrating 50 years.
That's
Never
true.
thought about it. And it brought back a memory to me that at our province meeting, which was about 1,000 brothers there, I'm looking at Dale, the province postmark said, Zeta Psi needs prayer. I duck under, people was laughing. Man, I was ashamed and embarrassed, and went back and worked hard. And I took it as a negative. Actually, it was a positive. And I think back to right now, today, to make the next 50 years, we do need prayer. So asking all y'all to remember us and our fraternity, and hopefully continue to do community stuff and with the undergrads, because that's our future. So appreciate it and thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Hey y'all,
Hey,
They let
Judge.
me speak. And you know what I do for a living, so I'm lonely all the time, so I could talk a long time, but I'm not. I'm looking at Audrey over there. I know you wish. Brother AJ, I thank you for what you've done, the reading of our proclamation and being a member of Kappa Alpha Psi. The fundamental purpose of Kappa Alpha Psi is achievement. And you can look at these brothers here and see that we do achieve, and we do it well. I got a commissioner, Bo Alpha. I got the mayor of Port Arthur. I got all these brothers here that achieve teaching, law enforcement. So the fundamental purpose of Kappa Alpha Psi is achievement, and we do that very well. And I just ask, like he said, to just pray for us, and let's get this thing done again. As a fraternity, as black men, we need to make this thing happen all the time. I appreciate everything, but we didn't leave you with a present. Darn. What can we leave them with?
Oh, my God.
I got one right there. Where you at, Thurman? We ready? Let's get this one of the hymn. Oh, noble Kappa Alpha Psi, the pride of all our hearts, to manliness, fidelity, thou ever dost impart, the source of our delights and joys, and happiness thou art. O noble Kappa Alpha Psi, from thee we'll never part. O noble Kappa Alpha Psi, from thee we'll never part. Yo, baby, yo. Right now.
Thank y'all so very much for coming. Congratulations. For those of you who were here for the presentations and proclamations, if you would like to leave, now's the time to do so. I will give you a few minutes to exit. Thank you, Judge. While they're exiting, I would like to read, at the close of the City Council meeting, the council will hold an executive session to consider matters related to, contemplate, or pending litigation in accordance with Section 551.071 of the Government Code, Melanie Mourier Como versus City of Beaumont, cause number E210C36. Consider matters related to the deliberation, purchase, lease exchange, or value of real property in accordance with Section 551.072 of the Government Code to which specifically land owned by the City of Beaumont, south of West Cardinal Drive and east of I-10, most specifically the approximate 2,049.36 acre tract of C. Hillebrand, ABS 28, Tract 10, Jefferson County, Texas. Thank you. Now's the time for public comment. If you haven't already done so, please fill out the green slip to the back of the room, hand it to the clerk to the right of the room. She will call your name when it's time for you to speak. The green light will come on at the beginning of your 3 minutes. We have a full room, so I would please ask if everyone would please adhere to the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mayor, we have 2 presentations before public comment.
Okay, I thought they were going to change it. So we're going to go ahead and do the,
I mean, it's up to you, but we do have 2 public presentations prior to public comment, but it's up to you.
okay, we can do the public presentations. We'll do the presentations. Okay, we're going to go ahead and, I'm sorry, we're going to do the presentations. Mr. Williams? Yeah, we're gonna do the,
Thank you. It's today. Public safety update from the City of Beaumont Medical Director. We have Chief White and his staff here for presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor,
Good
Council,
afternoon.
City Manager, City Attorney. Today, we come with a short presentation in response to certain social media things that we've having to address. And we'd like to address that some of the information that's been put out, ensure all citizens understand how emergency response team works to provide the highest level of care every day for this community, and with our vision for the future moving forward in addressing some of those concerns. First, I'd like to introduce Dr. Cavaspar. He's our medical director. Maximilian, EMS Division Manager, and Deputy Chief Keith Nolan. And please, if you have any questions, we're here to answer them today. Please,
thank
Max.
you.
Dr. Cavaspar.
Madam Mayor, thank you for having us and allowing me to speak for a few minutes. I think most of you guys know me, but for those of you who don't, I'm Dar Cavaspar. I'm a trauma surgeon at St. E. I'm an assistant director of trauma services. I've been here for 26 years. I'm also the medical director for Beaumont EMS since 2004, so for about 19 years. I'm also the medical director for Lumberton EMS and 11 bases of the air medical services that are in Texas. My role, obviously, as a medical director is to provide guidance to the group. What I'd like to start is by first talking about something that's, I think is obvious to all of us. Regardless of our age, gender, ethnicity, our financial status, I think we all agree that the most precious thing is human life. And when it comes to first responders, they're the ones that are basically coming to the 911 calls and dealing with that precious cargo. Having said that, I think it's extremely important that the EMS group that responds to the 911 calls is well versed, and they've got the good clinical training, and they've had the good background in order to provide the best care. And this is where I come in as far as my observation for the last 20 plus years in doing so. I take this role very, very seriously, and I've been doing this for decades. One thing that I can tell you, and let me preface this by saying, first of all, this has absolutely nothing to do with me as their medical director. I'm truly the smallest piece of this puzzle. The reason why Beaumont EMS is as good as they are is because of the people that are running it, i.e. Max Wen as the EMS manager. They've been there for decades. People like Chris Landry, who's the educator, and Stephanie Romo, who are, and all the other groups of the people that are really handling this. I'm mainly the person that's foreseeing the medical direction and making sure that the protocols are followed. The thing that really separates Beaumont EMS than the rest of the crew in town, and I see this on a daily basis, is their training. They are superb in what they do. I have told everyone for years that I consider Beaumont EMS the Navy SEALs of EMS. The reason being is because they're the ones that are showing up to your doorstep when 911 is called. You have to understand that they're acting as physicians. One of the other things that I tell people, and especially my crew, is it doesn't matter that you don't have an MD degree after your name. For me, what they do is as important, if not more important, than what I do in the emergency room and the operating room. We're kind of glorified because of our title, but in reality, they're the ones that are doing the work. You think about it. 1 hour they get called, they have a 2-year-old with asthmatic attack. The next hour they may have your mother or your grandmother with chest pain with heart attack, and they have to be able to interpret EKGs and give appropriate medication. Another hour, they get a multi-car accident and stab wounds and gunshot wounds. They may have a GI bleed. They may have a pregnant woman. So their brain is constantly has to decipher what's going on during these calls. So in order to be able to apply and in order to render the appropriate care, they have to be well trained. And this is where I really truly believe Beaumont EMS has done a fantastic job. How can I back that up? In 2017, in the entire state of Texas, Beaumont EMS received the best and the biggest award that any EMS service can get, and that was the best EMS service in the entire state of Texas. You have to understand there's over 140 EMS services in the state of Texas, and little old Beaumont, Southeast Texas, our Beaumont EMS got that award. Why is that? Because they look at the data, they look at the number of calls that they have, they look at the way that they render the care. And this is where I'm truly proud of them. Again, not because of me, because of the hard work that these people do. And the hard work starts with training. So one of the things that I'm very adamant about as a medical director is quality over quantity. I do not accept, nor will I condone lowering the standards when it comes to who gets to be in the back of that truck. Now, is it true that we have shortage of paramedics? Of course, that's a nationwide problem. COVID kind of destroyed everything. The number of denominators of the patients just exponentially increased, and the number of people that were rendering medical care stayed the same or decreased. So that mismatch, of course, caused a lot of problems, and we all faced it throughout the nation, including us. Our ERs were inundated with 200 patients a day, only seeing 7 or 8 nurses per shift. EMS was ran over. We lost a lot of people as well. So yes, we could use more EMS. We need more medics, but what we need is trained medics. The conjunction of firefighter and EMS was a good thing in the sense that it increased the denominator. But what we have to understand, there's a vast difference between what a firefighter can provide and what a paramedic provides. Even though they have an EMT certification, they're not equipped to render care until they go through the appropriate training. And this is where I want to make sure the public understands why I'm so adamant about it, why we're so adamant about to make sure that they're getting the proper training before they're released into the community. After all, when you call 911, you want to make sure the person that comes to your doorstep is adequately trained and knows what they're doing, because you never know what they're going to be facing. I kind of related to the same thing, saying, let's say we're short 1,000 pilots in our country. We have enough planes, but we don't have pilots. Well, how do we incentivize people to go to aviation class? Increase their pay, give them bonuses, but the last thing you want to do is decrease the training so that it's easier for them to become pilots. Is that what we want? Do we want to get in a plane where instead of having 1,000 hours of training, now it's reduced to 500? I don't think so, because that's going to be obviously a recipe for disaster. So this same thing applies to EMS program, because after all, the most precious cargo is our lives. If you look at the chart and look at the number of data that is behind you or in front of you right now, you can see the data from 2010 to 2022. So 12 years worth of data. The blue bar shows the number of EMS calls. They're always over 15,000, close to 19,000 some years. And the red is the actual transport. And the line on top shows you the percentage of the calls that basically resulted in no transport. You go, well, how did that happen? It's a refusal. It's not refusal by the EMS, it's refusal by the patient. Well, how does that happen? Well, that's because as they use the emergency room as their clinic, we know that as soon as I have any issues, I call 911. So oftentimes, patients call 911 because they don't feel good. Now, some of them are serious calls, and some of them because they just don't feel good. So once the EMS crew arrives there and looks at them and takes their blood pressure and talks to them, they go, you know what, I feel better, I don't need to go. So part of the problem is we're doing a lot of 911 calls that we shouldn't even be responding to, or we should have a lower level respond to. So how can we mitigate this, and how can we bring this number to a lower level? Well, first and foremost, the people that respond to the 911 call. Right now we have our firefighters responding to the 911 call and basically dispatching a truck. Well, the firefighters are not medically trained. What we need to do is put somebody who's well-trained, a medic who's been doing this for a while, a nurse that has medical background, so when you do get to call, you can decipher and triage what's important. Hey, this is a critical call. We need to send a critical care truck. This is a low-level call. We can send a BLS truck. So that right there will mitigate a lot of these calls that are basically turning into no-shows to the emergency room. Emergency rooms are also being used as clinics. I've been having back pain for 6 months, I come to the ER. I ran out of medication, I come to the ER. I miss my dialysis, I don't have a PCP, I don't have a primary care physician, I come to the ER. So everything's kind of this is where the mayhem occurs. So there's other ways that we need to look at it rather than lowering the standards so we can increase the denominator. I'm more of a quality versus quantity when it comes to this aspect of care, and I think we all agree because that's extremely important. I want people that are well versed to show up at our doorstep, and this is what I'm truly proud of Beaumont EMS. Again, not because of me. How do I know this? Because I live in the ER. I've been here for 26 years. I see everything that comes in, from trauma to surgery to medical, and I see the personnel that are bringing the patients in. And I'm very proud of the way these guys conduct themselves, because 99% of the time they're right on the nose. They're responding correctly. They're providing the appropriate care. Their scene time is adequate and short, and they bring the patient to the best of their ability as stable as possible. That's not necessarily true when you're dealing with other EMS services, and I'm not here to badmouth other EMS services, but it's the reality. Why is that? Because they don't have the same training. So I want to make sure that you guys understand that. So when I see things like our citizens, we have critical things that are going on in Beaumont and that they're not getting the care, that kind of upsets me, because I think, if anything, the care that's being provided by Beaumont is excellent. I can tell you that because I see this every day. I want to go to the next slide. You can also see year after year, we're of course have up to 7 trucks right now that we can man, depending on how many medics we have available. 5 are running 24/7, and then depending on the time of the year or the week or the month, we can have as many as 7. We are financed to have 9, but in order to, again, man the extra 2.5 trucks, we need to go through the training that's required. That training is about 2 months worth of training, didactic training, meaning protocol, medication, procedural. This is not something that you just take a weekend class and, okay, you got your EMS and now you can EMT and now you can be in the back of the truck. That to me is disastrous, and I don't condone that, and I think everybody agrees with that because of what we deal with. And if you look at 2017, for example, was a bad year because of Harvey, and we had 316 days. We had 6 medics kind of dropped down to 266 days. That's the green line, where we had 6 medical trucks. And you can see the oscillation in that. And obviously, as time has gone by, yes, the number of patients has increased. The number of medics has not increased. Now, are there 911 calls that are missed because the trucks are busy? Absolutely. And that's why we need more trucks and we need more medics. What are the other things that we can mitigate to get more medics? Increase the pay. Give them bonuses. What do I do in the hospital, and that I did after COVID hit? Because it was obvious that they would come to the hospital, to come to the ER, and the EMS ambulances will be on the wall for 2-3 hours before they could unload their patients. In return, we got a paramedic to work in the emergency room and kind of unload those medics so they can go back in city and take the next 911 call.
Can you break down what you mean by on the wall?
On the wall. So when an EMS personnel brings a patient, during COVID, we were getting slaughtered in the ER for a year and a half. So we have, say, 7-8 nurses, and we have 200 patients to render. So when a patient's brought by the EMS service, what needs to happen, what happens all the time, is they're met by a nurse. They take a report, they take the patient away from the EMS, they start rendering care in the emergency room, so the EMS personnel can then be freed up, go out, clean their truck, and be ready for the next 911 call. We would like that process to be 30 minutes or less. Well, when we're getting inundated with hundreds of patients and very few staff, you can imagine the EMS people were standing with the patient that they brought in 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Meaning that they're just sitting there with that same patient in the emergency room because they have no place to go. They have to tag, give report in order to leave. They can't leave until that's done. So that was a very difficult time, but that was also global. That was happening everywhere, in every emergency room. What I did personally, at least for St. because I had this power, I knew that Beaumont EMS, obviously being the highest level of EMS service, I want them out there doing what they do best, not sitting on the wall. So I told my nurses, listen, when Beaumont EMS brings a patient, you take priority, you make sure that you let them unload that patient sooner so they can go back out there because there's somebody else that needs them. And that's basically what we've been doing, giving some kind of a priority for them. We also started hiring paramedics on the side so they could help the nurses unload those patients. Same paramedics that would bring the patient, but except they're not working as an EMS, they're working in the hospital, doing the same thing. So then they can tag and give it to them while the EMS gets freed up and goes back into the community to give care. And there are other ways that obviously we've also been talking about a community paramedic program that's now starting in Lumberton. I'm also the medical director of Lumberton. One of the other things that I'm extremely proud of Beaumont EMS, and you'll understand this, this has been going on for decades, even before I came on. The people that have been in Beaumont EMS that really excelled and did well, they branched off and went elsewhere and mimicked and duplicated what Beaumont EMS does. What does that tell you? That tells you that Beaumont EMS done such a great job that we're going to duplicate it. That's exactly what Jim Jones is doing in Lumberton EMS the last 7 years. I'm their medical director as well. So we use the same protocols, the highest quality protocols. We use very stringent criteria of who can be in the back of that truck. This is where the difference is the training. You have to pass the test at certain levels. You have to show competency before you say, okay, now you can be by yourself and start rendering care. And we have a very good system to look into that matter quarter after quarter. And we pair the medics with more experienced medics so they can help each other out and kind of move up the ladder. And this is why this is such a different EMS group than the outside group. And again, I see this every day. I know this for a fact. Nothing to do with me as their medical director. I promise you. 99% is done by these guys. I'm only foreseeing it, and I'm not going to put my medical license in jeopardy if I don't think they're doing a good job. I take this job very seriously. The other reason why I really took this job on, because I knew as a trauma surgeon what they do at the scene, and we get a lot of traumas. You guys know this. From stabbing, gunshot, car wreck, it's a daily event. We see 1,680 traumas a year at our facility, Little Old Beaumont. We're the only trauma center in this area. Once you pass Houston, the only trauma center all the way to Baton Rouge. So when I see this, it was very important for me to make sure that whoever is taking care of these patients at the scene, they started the workup and the treatment correctly. Because if you don't render that care in an appropriate fashion, it doesn't matter what I do in the emergency room, I'm going to have a dead patient or a crippled patient. So that it all starts at the scene. And this is why I think their job is so important. Because to me, they're doing what I'm doing in a much worse environment, in the middle of the night, with minimal equipment, with people out there that they could hurt them, but they have to know what they're doing. And this is why their training is so important. So I want to make sure I really drill that in. I do not think that reducing the criteria for inclusion is the answer to the problem. We need quality and not quantity. We do need more quantity, but we need to take the time to make sure of that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Cavaspar. So, do we have a paramedic on every ambulance right now?
We do not, but however, our training program provide our EMT, bring it up to the next level, to the advanced level. We train them to the same understanding as a paramedic. So clinically thinking, yes, in that sense, but as of patch-wise, no. But we are hiring and sending some of those EMT to paramedic through like LIT, through some of our scholarship programs that the state has put out on House Bill 8 and whatnot. So we are funding them to go get their paramedics.
But, all right, so just to re-ask the question. So right now, we do not have a paramedic on every ambulance?
Not every ambulance, no.
Okay. So how often are ambulances 100% staffed by firemen?
100% staffed by firemen. We staff them with our EMT, the civilian EMS personnel, and those firefighters that has completed their training to lead the ambulance. We'll staff one of those personnel, followed by any volunteer firefighters through the deputy chiefs to fill those vacancies to offset. So it's almost like pairing up with an experience and and then with another firefighter. And some of them are going through the training progress the same. And then they're getting some, so for example, we recently have about 8 firefighters that are attending our NetP program. So they'll be paired up with an experienced one so they can get their experience and training and whatnot simultaneously.
And what's their certification, the firemen that are doing it? EMT or paramedic?
Both. Some are paramedics, and some of them are EMTs.
So like 50-50?
Probably the majority of them are EMTs. Paramedics are a premium. So when you have a paramedic, you're going to try to do everything that you possibly can to hang on to them. Some of our firefighters are paramedics. We've incentivized that by sending them to paramedic school long before Beaumont EMS came under the fire department.
Okay. And so each time we hire, or somebody else gets put in the every time somebody else gets put into the list to be used for EMS, that goes through you, Dr. Kappa?
I mean, it starts with them, and eventually when they finish their training is when I have to
Sign off on it.
Okay.
As I did today, actually, with 2 people.
What we're saying is once they finish the NetP program, that's essentially the program that's been approved through our medical director, Dr. Cavaspar, and they sign off, and then they go into what we call a field training program where they can actually work as a licensed paramedic or EMT advanced or EMT basic.
Okay.
And it's that NetP program, this is important, it's that 6 weeks of didactic Monday through Friday NetP program that really makes the difference. I look at it as, I'm a 16-year-old who just got a driver's license. Do I really know how to drive? Most of us would say no. I mean, you can't send me to a cross country in a car and say, hey, drive 5,000 miles and go from here to there. I'm most likely going to crash. We need that training. This is where that training is very, very good and very detailed.
Okay. One other question I had that you mentioned about the dispatch. So is the dispatch position right now, is that civil service?
Yes, that is a civil service position.
Okay.
Chief White,
Yes.
how many actual paramedic firefighters do you have at the fire department right now?
Paramedic?
Yeah.
Approximately 45.
You have 45 paramedic firefighters?
Paramedic firefighters, yes, sir.
Really? And they ride, they're first responders?
They are first responders, but not every one of them are using their skills on a med unit. We've been instituting a volunteer basis right now. We call a number of individuals, asking them if they want to ride the med unit. Some of them do take, some of them are stepping up and taking the assignment.
What I'm getting at is, when somebody calls 911, a fire truck could show up, and it will. How many medics will be on that fire truck?
They'll be all EMTs.
And then possibly a paramedic as well?
Possibly a paramedic. And if we'll finish the program, we'll address some of the questions that you may have in this actual slide presentation.
All right.
So in the state of Texas, there are 3 levels of certification, starting with an EMT, which pretty much a minimum proficiency, and that's what the state looks at your patch. It's just a minimum requirement that you're satisfied for the state to get your patch. All right. And as an EMT, it's only a basic life support is what BOS stands for, and then CPR. As you advance to the advanced EMT, you're able to do IVs, intubation, a little more advanced skills, which we call the advanced skill sets. Then you get to your paramedics. These are the top tier ones that can actually not only do BOS, but advanced life support, IVs, intubation, and there are over 50 different type of drugs as well, interpretations, a lot of values, tools, equipment, diagnostic equipment that we have to interpret, analyze, determine the root cause of the problem, medical for that patient, and then follow the protocols and provide the appropriate treatment. So those are the level. With that being said, on the certification side, it's all personnel based. On the right side is the basic life support, whether the ambulance can be staffed by 2 BOS personnel, which makes it a BOS ambulance. You can staff it with an advanced EMT, which they're able to start IVs and intubation and some airway medications. But then you get your MICU, which is staffed by a paramedic. And these are the group that can do pretty much what we sometimes call bring the ER into the field, if you will, and put it on wheels. So they have a paramedic trained in that capacity. The way we're looking at it is perhaps maybe tearing it down to staff appropriate based on the resources, based on the manpower that we got, that we're able to do BOS, advanced, and the MICU based on the call types. And I think that will end up being a better management of resources than just pairing up medical calls to our resources instead of sending everything for that so-called, let's say, low acuity calls, if you will. So the idea is trying to figure out what are some of the best strategies that we can come up with to better manage the call type towards the resources that we have. So that's really the end goal. And I think with that, you're able to handle more type of calls, saving the emergency resources to those life threats call that the MICU is able to handle.
We just had a really nice presentation, and they have adapted this in San Antonio for the last several years, and they have reduced their unnecessary calls, if you want to call that, by 22%, because they're mitigating right off the bat from the beginning. We have a personnel that's actually educated, takes the call, asks a few questions, and say, okay, this is a sick patient. We need to go with this one. Or this is not so much, it's a lower acuity, so we can send a BLS, somebody with basic knowledge. So there are ways, obviously, to mitigate, to minimize outsourcing our resources for every 911 call as it being critical. Like you cry wolf. It's, because a third of them, obviously, they're no-show. They refuse to even come to the, so if we could capture those and maximize capturing those so we don't send our resources that are important to them and sending them to the ones that are higher level call, right there you're going to be mitigating a lot of those. And of course, incentivizing higher pay, making it more attractive for them to go to become a paramedic, giving them bonuses. I mean, after all, it's, and we're also losing some of these people, not necessarily because I can understand this. We've lost them to higher levels. We've had a few that went to medical school because they were paramedics and they loved it. They said, I want to be a doctor. They went to PA schools or they moved. So there's so many different reasons why we've lost some of our medics. But most importantly, the number of patients have increased tremendously. Even though COVID's kind of died down, now we're seeing the after effects of COVID. ERs have not slowed down. I live there. It is chaotic.
Dr. Cavaspor.
Yes, sir.
How, you mentioned the program in San Antonio. How do you discern what is truly something that you need to respond to versus somebody that might be, I don't want to say cry wolf, but something that is less important?
It's like anything else. It's just like when we interview a patient, and there's a little video that I'm sure Max will show you too, but basically asking the right question, knowing what to ask and trying to get the answers from the other side of the call. And oftentimes, as I learned, and unfortunately, this part of the training is kind of dissipating, which I don't like. I was taught in medical school the most important thing during your diagnosis is your history and physical exam. History being number one. 9 out of 10 times, if the patient can talk to me, answer my questions, I can figure out what's wrong with you without even touching you, because that history is very important. So if I know what you're giving back to me, my mind starts triggering to what I need to know and how seriously sick you are. So to answer your question, a lot of that has to do with the question and answer, the dialogue that's basically being transpired on the phone call. And so, somebody tells me, I'm calling because my back hurts. Well, how long has your back been hurting? Well, it's been hurting me for a long, long time. Have you seen a physician? I haven't seen him. It's really killing me. I'm out of my medication. I'm calling 911. Well, you can kind of discern that this has obviously been going on for a while. Versus somebody saying, my chest hurts, I'm short of breath, I'm sweating. Well, we're coming now. So because right now on a 911 call, some people just want to talk to you. Some people are out of their medicine. Some people go, I ran out of my insulin. I don't know what my sugar level is. I mean, for all kinds of things that you can't imagine. It's the same thing that I see in the emergency room. Why are you here? I've been having a headache. How long? For months. Did you see your doctor? No. But I'm here to see what's wrong. So they use it as clinic. So they kind of use 911 the same way. That's just how it is. So by discerning that and sort of filtering that, oftentimes you can figure out what's critical and what's not. But Matt can also show a quick little video if you want.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Earlier you had mentioned about the dispatchers. You're in favor of having paramedics dispatching?
Somebody definitely that's more medically oriented, correct.
Is this something that the current dispatchers can be trained to do?
Yes, down the line. And if you'll look at the video, we're looking at what we're calling clinical dispatching, actually taking that call in, being able to back and forth. And I think you'll be impressed with it to see where we're going, what we're going to be implementing here in Beaumont to see if we kind of mitigate some of those things, some of those calls.
The San Antonio Fire Department has recently begun utilizing the Good Sam app that uses technology to better serve our community. The app allows paramedic dispatchers to provide the public the appropriate amount of care while reducing resources sent to the scene, conserving valuable personal protective equipment, reducing hospital overcrowding, and keeping emergency responders available for critical incidents. The Public Safety Answering Point, or PSAP, receives a call for a medical emergency. The caller is greeted by a San Antonio Fire Department paramedic dispatcher, and the existing call-taking process begins. The dispatcher will verify phone number and address before starting to work through a medical protocol written by the Office of the Medical Director. This protocol and the experience of the paramedics assist in ensuring no critical patient is ever missed. Callers complaining of severe medical problems will have resources sent to their location while the call taker is still on the phone. Those callers that have milder complaints will be asked further questions to provide appropriate care. Once a caller is identified to have a lower priority incident, that caller is transferred to our new clinical dispatcher. The clinical dispatcher will continue to assist the caller and allow the initial call taker to become available to answer other emergency calls. The clinical dispatcher will take time to verify no critical signs or symptoms were missed during the initial call taking. If a critical situation does not exist, the clinical dispatcher will send a text message to the caller using the Good Sam app. The caller will be asked to click on a link and allow permissions for audio and video. This text automatically turns on the caller's camera and will allow the clinical dispatcher to see the caller. This provides valuable information to the clinical dispatcher, such as their skin color, effort of breathing, ability to follow commands, and provides a view of the injury. The application also utilizes the phone's AI capabilities and will give the caller's pulse rate. With all of this information, the clinical dispatcher can assist the caller in making the best decision for their situation. This could include sending no resources if at-home care is appropriate and available, sending a taxi voucher for transport to the hospital or clinic, or sending a fire resource to further evaluate the caller. The next phases of the program bring endless possibilities for patient care and situational awareness. The Good Sam app allows our dispatchers to bring in a consultant, such as our medical director, for guidance in difficult situations and providing first-class customer service and unmatched patient care. The Good Sam app can be used for situational awareness as well. The caller's video can be streamed to responding units so they may see the scene before ever arriving. This will allow responding incident commanders to better prepare for situations and even provide an opportunity to be ahead of the curve before they arrive on scene. The San Antonio Fire Department expects to continue to lead the way with this technology. Nowhere in the country is this system being utilized as it is here in the city of San Antonio.
So we received this model, and we sort of spoke to the people. This all started in the UK, and they've been implementing this for years. And when I saw this, I thought it was amazing, because you could use it for mass casualty, mass shooting. You could use the phone. They can get immediate feedback to where things are. You can see the patient one-on-one. The patient, you can see the distress in the patient. So you gain so much information when you can talk to the patient, see the response, and in this case, you have a live video. So to me, this was invaluable. So imagine on an average, when you saw the chart from 2012 to 2022, we do roughly 18,000 911 calls a year, Beaumont EMS. A third of them are basically a refusal. So you do the math, 6,000. If I can even shave that by 50%, that's 3,000 calls that we would have saved, that we don't have to waste our resources or send a lower level BLS service. That right there would mitigate quite a bit and lessen the number of true 911 calls that are missed. In conjunction, of course, with other things that we can do. Do we need more trucks? Absolutely. Do we need more paramedics? Absolutely. But we need trained ones, not ones that are not trained adequately, because you start putting untrained or people that are just not quite trained on the trucks and ask them to do the things that they're supposed to do, you're going to have a disaster on your hand. I don't think any of us want that. I don't want when I call 911. I want to make sure somebody that comes in, they know what they're doing. And I truly, I'm meaning this from the bottom of my heart. Beaumont EMS has done a fantastic job before I even came here. These guys just continue to excel. Why? Because we keep the level as high as possible. The protocols are reviewed annually. We make sure that we're up to date with every aspect of medicine. My job is just to foresee that and make sure that they're doing it. And if there's ever a problem, they call me. Every single one of my medics has my cell number. They can call me at any time. That's true with Lumberton EMS. That's also true with the air medical services. That's one thing I've told them. I'm always here. I don't care where I'm at. If I don't answer you because I'm in the operating room, you leave me a message, I'm going to call you back. So I think this is the way to also mitigate issues. If there's a problem, I want to nip it. I want to make sure that we rectify it, see what the issues are, correct it, talk about it. Do you have a patient issue? Do you have a medication issue? What happened? Mistakes happen, obviously. We want to minimize these mistakes. And I think the way to do this the best way possible is to make sure that our medics are well trained. They go through the NetP program. They go through all the stuff that we've been doing and not shortcut those things. That's really my main goal. And I'm not here for the politics of it at all. I'm here mainly for the medical directorship and the medical care because I want the best care rendered to our community. And thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Councilmember Philshaw.
Yes, how many, what kind of a shortage do we have right now with EMTs? How competitive are we in compensation? And what can we do to expedite the hiring process?
So currently from the EMS division side, we currently have about 11 EMTs and 11 paramedics on the ambulance. However, overall we have approximately 33 personnel with 3 shift commanders and about 5 admin personnel to manage this large call volume. We currently have 14 vacancies where we have 4 that have been applied. We're waiting them to pass their background checks and so forth. And then they'll go through the NetP program, which lasts about anywhere from 2 to 3 months before they're being released to staff an ambulance at that point.
And to try to expedite that hiring, the city manager just approved a $5,000 signing bonus or incentive hiring for a paramedic and $3,000 incentive hiring for a EMT to be paid out at completion of NetP, half completion of NetP, and then the other half released into the field.
Are these paramedic firefighters and EMT firefighters, or just paramedic? And
Just
EMTs?
paramedics and EMTs. We're both hiring both EMTs and paramedics, and we're currently hiring both firefighters/EMTs also.
What is the Good Sam Act?
Where is it at?
What is it? What is the Good Sam Act?
That's what you just saw, the Good
That's what
Sam
that
Act.
is?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and try to lower a tiered system, going from non-critical to critical. As you can see on the video, she cut her finger.
Yeah.
Is that a critical patient?
No.
No. So can we mitigate that by using the Good Sam app and say, well, let's look at your vitals, let's look at your finger. Ma'am, it doesn't rise to the level of emergency. However, if we hold direct pressure on it, so we can do that through that Good Sam app. Yes, sir.
Do we have any incentive for our current firefighters to become paramedics, as far as bonuses or pay or anything like that?
Yes, we do. We have an ALS team, which entails another extra $150 a month for going to paramedic school and joining the ALS program.
So ALS, that's advanced life support.
Yes, sir.
What would it take for the fire department, for your paramedics that you have, to be able to use their skills on an ALS fire engine?
To going through the NetP program and meeting all the protocols and getting signed off by our medical director.
So is that something that we're currently doing?
That is something that we're currently doing. We're moving towards a tiered system, that BLS, basic life support, and advanced life support system, but it's going to take time to get there. And make sure that we're not lowering the quality of care that we're providing to our citizens.
You're hitting the subject right in the head. That's exactly what it is.
Yes.
Yes, they do have the paramedic licensure or certification, but it's just like what I said before. I have a driver's license, I just got it. Now, does it really mean that I know what I'm doing? So yes, that's important to have, but now I want to make sure that you can apply that and know what you need to do. Because once you got the license, but you haven't done any kind of medical care, well, out of sight, out of mind, you need to know the protocols, because you don't know what you're going to face when you get a 911 call. So they all still need to go through the 2-month didactic program. And this is where some of them go, well, this is just too hard, I don't want to do it. Okay, well then you can't, you cannot be in the back of the truck and administer medications. Because some people would say, you got the paramedic, you're on. You got a pulse, I'll put it in the back of the truck. Not happening.
We're not going to do that. And now we've addressed some of the problems that's going on, but we've come up with some strategies to address those. And one of those is what you just saw, the Good Sam app, using the clinical navigator telemedicine program.
When is that going to be started? Are we getting ready to start that?
We're getting ready to start our BLS program among the firefighters, sending them to a reduced level of abbreviated medical net P program to bring it down so we can put that basic life support medic unit in service on a full-time basis and move it to the next station and to the next station and to the next station.
For our citizens, because I've getting they're very concerned when they hear level 0. Can you explain for the citizens what level 0 means?
I'm going to let Chief Nolan and Max explain what we consider level 0.
I know this is going long, so I'm going to try to make this as simple as I can. Level 0 is
We got all day.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I do too, I guess. So level 0 is a term that we use. We used to use it to mean there was no medics available. So when EMS was the only one filed with the state with a license, and we were a first responder, like we being Beaumont Fire was first responder, and they're a standalone Beaumont service. If they had no ambulances available, they were at level 0. So we learned that terminology as level 0. As we apply it now, we're a different organization. We now have the first responders. We have the fire trucks and the rescues. So when we say level 0 now, we no longer mean there's no one to respond. We mean there's no transport ambulance. So there's a difference in terminology there. And what you're looking at, we didn't even have a good way to track this data. So what we started doing is if you call in and we don't have a transport unit, you're still getting a fire truck, you're still getting a rescue unit, you're getting medical help to your scene that's going to try to stabilize the incident. At that time that we send it, so if we send that call and there's no medical transport, the dispatcher is now trained, and that started probably back last July. They'll enter a 0 into the caller field, which normally is just left blank. So they're at the CAD, they're typing in the run, and they put a 0 in on the blank. So let's say that Mr. Durio calls in and says, "Hey, I'm having chest pains." So we see that we don't have a responder. We dispatch the closest fire truck. They're going to the scene. The dispatcher types in 0. So he hits send. Okay, so that data is recorded, and that's what we're getting feedback from. That's what you guys on the open records request are getting feedback that was a level 0 call. What you don't see is that maybe 30 seconds later, 25 seconds later, Med 3 says, "Hey, Med 3 is at St. E's. We're clear that call. We can take the chest pain." Well, when they go en route, there is a slight delay, but they're on that call. There's really no level 0. I mean, it's just a small delay in response. So the point of level 0 that we like to tell people is it's not made to be used the way it's being evaluated. The data is just it's a talking point. We know we need more ambulances if we're staying at level 0 too long, but it's not necessarily the horrible thing that you're hearing that it is.
But
For our
Hold up. 1 moment. Let him finish.
For our citizens, I want them to understand when they hear level 0, if they dial 911, will they ever dial 911 and nobody will come at all?
I would say that has happened during Harvey or Rita. If there is an active hurricane, that is possible. Maybe once or twice in their life. But normally, there will be a response unit. We also call the local privates and see if they can respond. Rollover agreement, sometimes that they can make it in place of our units, and that's not technically a level 0 either. There's less privates than there used to be.
But when you call 911, is somebody going to show up?
Somebody is.
Okay, if the fire truck shows up with 3 EMTs on it, or no, if it's just 3 EMTs, what are they capable of doing? What equipment is on that fire truck, and what are they capable of doing?
They're capable of CPR. They can stop trauma. They can control bleeding. There's the majority of stuff they can do on scene, with the exception they can't administer drugs unless there's a paramedic that's been through the NetP program with them, and then they can't transport obviously without something really odd happening. Like we don't condone the fire trucks taking people to the hospitals unless it's the middle of a hurricane event or something.
Are they able to shock, like with an AED?
They have an AED with them.
Are they able to administer oxygen?
They are able to administer oxygen. So they can begin care.
Splinting.
Right.
Are they able to do spinal immobilization?
Yes, sir.
So they have all that equipment on the truck.
Yes, sir. All that equipment comes with them.
But if it's 2 EMTs and a paramedic, the paramedic doesn't have the equipment that he can do his skills with. He doesn't have the drugs.
Correct.
But we're trying to work towards that?
Correct.
Yes,
And that's where the NetP program allows them to, but they gotta go through that process to become,
And the length of the NetP program depends on the person's skill level and or experience.
about 2 months.
Yes, sir.
And how long have we been doing this NetP program?
Since
Right.
2005.
2005. Right?
You've been doing this since 2005?
The NetP program was instituted because in the past, Beaumont EMS has always been what we call a dual paramedic system. You have to be a paramedic to get hired on. In 2005, a nationwide shortage, so we had to come up with a solution. As an EMS coordinator, we took the paramedic, because I teach paramedicine, I would take the program and incorporate it into a NetP program to train EMTs to think of like a paramedic mindset, all the skill set, even though their passion doesn't say so. Under the state of Texas, delegated in practice, it depended on the medical director. He can sign you off on whatever you are trained to do and checked off on. So therefore, with that concept, we developed the NetP program back in 2005, bringing in EMTs and advanced EMT, and then train them to think like a paramedic with all the training, just like I would if I were to do a paramedic program through the state. So taking that same curriculum and developing that, building that is how we were able to sustain what we call the paramedic clinical mindset on those ambulances. And that's how we get so proficient because of that.
I give that last signature after they've gone through the entire program. They show proficiency, they've passed every protocol test, they have to pass with a certain grade. Once they've done that and everything's been check marked, then they come to me, I look at their chart, I look at their portfolio, and say, okay, we sign off. And then they have to show competency as they stay on. It's not something that they get signed on and you're good to go forever. You have to continue to show this competency year after year, because you may stop learning, you may stop looking at your protocol, and then you start losing it, then you can't play. So this is what really separates us, because nobody else does that.
That competency that you speak of, is that the same as the CEROs required by the state to keep their level of certification?
Yes, so any EMT that comes to us through the NetP program exceed what the state requirements or those hours are to satisfy any upcoming their certifications.
Okay.
So it covers all.
For paramedic, I don't remember, what's the required hours by the state?
So the state went from 600 hours to now 1,000 hours, and then to maintain it is 144 hours a year, 4 years.
And EMT?
EMT is roughly about 500 to 600 hours, and then maintaining it is roughly about I would say believe 74 for 4 years.
Okay, I have a question, but I'm gonna go ahead and go to you, Councilmember Neal.
Thank you. All right, so did you say you have 33 people in your department right now?
In the EMS division, yes.
But only 11 of those are paramedic EMTs?
Correct.
So you got 22 people watching 11?
11 EMTs and 11 paramedics that are manning the ambulance.
So you have 11 of each?
Yes.
So that's 22?
22, yes.
Okay. All right, so I think you guys said it first. We're understaffed in the EMT paramedic division, right?
Yes.
What are we gonna do to fix it, and how long is it gonna take?
So to fix it, we, senior manager authorized the sign-on bonus. We are recruiting personnel as we speak. We actually met with all the training institution like Lamar Orange, LIT. We also have a private company up in Silsbee. So we're trying to work with those entities and recruit their students once they graduate. Once they get their MT, then we'll bring them in. Currently right now, I just got, this morning, I received 2 more applicants, all right, EMTs. So it's to get the word out there, get the EMT to apply. We will provide the training, all right. And then, of course, we also working with the fire side to kind of help supplement. As a matter of fact, 8 of them, 8 or 9, just finished the NEPI program, and now they're going to ride out with us to be checked off and whatnot. So hopefully you're looking at probably within a month or 2, you'll start slowly adding people onto the ambulance. Again, it's not going to be overnight.
We also have to retain
them also.
So if the fire has more than enough of what we need now to fill all the positions, when can we sit down with those guys and see if there's any compromise that everybody can come up with?
We're working on that, on making sure that our fire guys are properly trained before we put them on the truck. We're doing it on a volunteer basis right now. We'll continue to do it on a volunteer basis with paid overtime.
Chief,
One moment. Hold on. You're done? Okay, I'm gonna go to my question, and I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, before considering the Good Sam program, did you send an ambulance out for a finger cut, a headache?
We do. Yes, ma'am.
Which would have tied up the ambulances for
Yes, ma'am. In case
a heart
that-
attack?
Yeah, in case that critical call comes in, because once our EMTs, paramedics, firefighters make patient contact, they can either refuse service or they request transport to the ER. We're not allowed to abandon them.
Okay.
I have a question with that.
One moment, sir. Okay. Prior to this bonus that will be implemented, who was responsible for staffing, all staffing for ambulances, EMTs, fire trucks?
City manager and city council, and ultimately the fire department, us.
Okay.
And I will have to say and give you a plug that you've been more than generous. There's nothing that we hadn't come and asked for to do our job that this council hadn't addressed.
Okay. Thank you.
go ahead.
Turner, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Council Member.
Something was very interesting that you said on a volunteer basis. What was that percentage you said that our current guys do it on a volunteer basis? You mentioned it earlier. What was that percentage?
Basically, probably about 12 to 14% on a volunteer basis from the firefighter side.
12 to 14%. And
We're having a significant number of individuals are turning down riding on the med unit. And of course, we don't want to force overtime. We want to make sure that we're incentivizing this and making sure that we're putting them in a position to be successful, which ultimately leads to what? Good service to the citizens.
Okay, when we say turning down, what are some reasons that you have experienced that some of the guys are turning it down?
Some of them, I really can't say, Council. We don't ask. What we do is we try to fill those vacant positions for various reasons. They're not riding the med unit. We want everyone to man the equipment so we can provide that good level of service to the citizens of Beaumont every day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
And for citizens that have asked me a question, I think it's important to actually address this. How many unanswered calls has there been to 911? How many unanswered calls?
No unanswered calls, delayed maybe, but no unanswered calls that I'm aware of. And if we had missed any calls, I assure you that we would have heard about it, that they would have called. You would have heard that from our citizens. We're here, we're responsive. Do we always provide a good service? Yes, we do. Can we do better? Absolutely, we can. And I can tell you that I live here in this city, so I have a vested interest in its success and the success of this city and the success of the Beaumont Fire EMS.
To maybe answer your question about why such a low percentage, of course, I'm not directly involved, but I can tell you part of it's common sense. Not everybody wants to do this because it's not that easy, right? For example, I'm a trauma surgeon. When I started here, there were only 2,000 of us in the United States. Now we have about 4,000 trauma surgeons in the United States. We need about 10,000. Now, there are plenty of smart people that can do what I do, but it's difficult. It's time demanding. It consumes you. I work 80, 90 hours a week. So that's not the lifestyle I want to have. So I think part of it is perhaps they're at the end of their career. This is not what I want to do. Some of us this is just too hard because I got to know all these protocols. I'm good with just being a firefighter. So it's a multifactorial thing. And because it's a voluntary basis, they don't have to do it. So I don't need to do it.
You good? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just for clarification, when you say volunteer, you're talking about working overtime for a time and a half.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, not coming in for
Not
free.
not volunteer. No, not at all.
Okay. On the fire side, would it be possible, or if you were to start hiring civilians, how long, like you and I were when we got hired, how long will it take from the time they're sit for the test until they're actually able to ride on a fire apparatus and provide service to the citizens of Beaumont?
To give you an example, I'm constantly looking to see what other cities are doing that we can do better, that we can bring here. One of the cities is Lubbock. Lubbock just now started hiring civilians. They estimated 18 months, and that's being conservative, before you can actually put them out in the field to provide a level of service to the citizens.
That type of hiring, though, it looked like it would provide for a bigger hiring pool, also a more diverse fire department, and also it would make it available for folks that live here in Beaumont to work for the Beaumont Fire Department.
Absolutely, I agree with what you're saying, but what we have to keep in mind is that the firefighter/EMT program, the firefighter part of it is a separate program. The EMT part of it is a separate program. The failure rate on the EMT program, what we call a net P, is probably over 70%, and that's after 3 attempts. So from a financial standpoint, we have to find that happy medium, that balance, that what can we afford versus what we need.
It would seem like we would be able, that would be something that we could try and start. In the same way, though, still hiring certified people to fill the spots that we have right now. But it seems just because of the work pool, the employee, the people that apply for the job, that pool, it'll be so. I mean, you know, when I got hired, I think 600 people applied for the job.
Yeah, well,
maybe
one
half
thing
of
that
them passed the test, and they hired 11.
Well, one thing that I'm looking at implementing is a dual cert test and a single cert test, and that single cert being EMT. Mm-hmm. And then we can send them to LIT, which LIT is a partner.
If you're talking about let them do EMT first and then sending them through fire school.
Yes. Allowing them to sit for the test, the civil service test, if they have the EMT certification.
Okay.
Versus the EMT firefighter certification, essentially increasing your pool to choose from. And they already have their EMT, and then we can invest in them with LIT, which is our partner, for 1 semester, get them out, put them through orientation, shorten that period of time that we can actually get them on the unit, provide the service to the citizens.
What percentage of fire and EMT live in Beaumont?
Right now, out of 237 firefighters/EMT, 191 live outside the city, 46 live inside the city.
And what about the medics, Max?
That's one area that we don't capture where they actually live. But what we do know is that they're civilian, they're committed to showing up for work, and they do work.
Okay. So. What the citizens are really worried about and what they've questioned me about, and I'm pretty sure some of my other people here are, when they call 911, will somebody come? Will somebody be there to treat them, and will they be capable of keeping them alive until an ambulance gets there?
I think between Dr. Kappa, myself, Max, and Chief Nolan, that we've indicated that if they call 911, they're going to get the service that they call for. It may be at a different level, but I can assure you that we're working every day to make sure that we're providing that high level of care, and that we're making sure that those calls are answered, that no calls are missed.
Okay. And they said incentives for hiring. What incentives are we currently offering, Mr. Williams?
Yes, it's one of the things, as this conversation came up, one of the things with me as a manager, I want to make sure that they have the resources that they need to do their job and to get to the proper level of staffing we want to do. So we talked about that several times with fire and staff to talk about things we can do. And you can look at the screen here. They have some mitigation strategies with some different things that they're looking at doing to get up to speed. They mentioned the one with the sign-on bonus. You know, we looked. I pulled in our HR people and our finance people with them, and we had the discussion. And one of the things that I was given from my HR people is Beaumont pays more than most of the EMS services around us in our region. So what else can we do to get people? Because typically, if you go work for a smaller department, you have lower call volumes, and it's just not as stressful. So we want to do some things. So one of the things we talked about was a sign-on bonus to get new people and get new people to respond. And one was a sign-on bonus, and one for paramedics. We talked about $5,000, something that would really make a difference and make a person want to come to work at Beaumont, or leave another department to come in Beaumont for the paramedic, and $3,000 for EMT. We talked about things that I could do as a manager, but also things we could bring to city council to do. And also part of that too was during our budget process, and maybe before coming to talk about increasing pay, just our pay, even though we're paying more, we have more, we have more going on. So increasing the level of pay for our paramedics and EMT. So those things are being worked on. Another thing we particularly talked about was the time that our units have to sit at hospitals to get back on the street. We've even talked about it, hiring paramedics, EMT paramedics, and having them at the hospital so they can receive those people and put this truck back on the street immediately. And they wouldn't have to sit around and wait. So we're looking at different mitigation strategies. Pay is one. Pay is always important too. And speaking of the units that are out there, we have units on order and haven't been able to receive them, as all vehicles are really, it's tough right now to get vehicles in everywhere, but then we'll still have to staff them. But we're working on a comprehensive strategy to make sure we have the level that we need for paramedics and EMTs.
Chief, you said you were working on a dual track where you may have EMT people sit for the EMT tests.
Yes. Well,
Those-
sit for the civil service entrance exam. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
once they pass that test, would you hire them and then send them through EMT school, or would they?
No, they would already be certified as an EMT. We would hire them and wait to send them to the next fire school. Meanwhile, they could be manning the med unit in anticipation going to the fire academy.
And they will be civil service employees?
They would be a cadet. It's a cadet program that I'm looking to introduce.
It'd be similar to what we do for police.
For police, yes.
So, but police cadet program, they are hired as civilians and they're not sworn until they complete the program. So this
Program.
will be similar to what we do for police.
Okay, so when they're hired, they'll still be civilians, or
Essentially.
they won't be able to contribute to the fire pension until they pass the fire portion.
Until they're dual cert firefighter / EMT and TCFP certified, Texas Commission of Fire Protection. Any other questions?
I would hope that cooler heads can prevail and we can sit down and get this settled, because that's what my job is. That's what's in the best interest of the citizens of Beaumont.
Absolutely.
And that everybody needs to be thinking about that. And that's what we need to do. We need to do whatever it takes to make sure that all of those ambulances are manned.
And that's the reason why we wanted to put this presentation, that we identified the problem, but those are our mitigation strategies that we're going to be putting in place to make sure that the citizens are receiving the service that they deserve and expect, and that we can fully staff up to 9 med units every day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Also, I hope y'all I'm glad you looked into that San Antonio
Yes,
deal, but hopefully you have some people looking into what Lubbock is doing also. I think that's something that our city can benefit from, and the citizens here can benefit from. And I mean, it provides jobs for people that are here locally, that live here.
Yes.
I think when you look at this mitigation strategies, really the first one that I really would want to attack is the matching the appropriate resources to the needs, meaning the 911 dispatcher. If you have somebody that's more trained, then that makes a world of difference, especially when you have the good SAM where you can have a telemedicine, meaning that you can have FaceTime, seeing what's going on. That gives you immense amount of information as a healthcare provider. For me, my history is everything. So when I look at somebody, just their body language tells me a lot about if they're in pain, what's happening, how they're responding. So that comes with experience. That's not something you learn in books. But if you have a medic paramedic who's been well versed and has been doing this, they pick up on that stuff very easily. So that makes a huge difference when you look at our total volume being 18,000 plus per year, and 1/3 of them being a no-show. That's 6,000 people. Like I said, if I could even take 50% of that off, that's 3,000 people that trucks that you didn't have to send out, or you could have had a BLS, or you could have reduced the time, or make it your second call. So that right there can make a huge difference. And then, of course, you start doing the other mitigation issues and programs in it really will help. And money always helps. Incentives help. It's hard to bring people into Beaumont. We all know that. From physicians to nurses to medics to everything, right? So because they can drive 80 miles away and be in Houston.
We're trying.
I know you are.
Trying.
I know.
But I would think that that clinical dispatcher, we could come up with some type of incentive for our current firefighter paramedics to want to do that position. Go up. Or even our current dispatchers. But somebody like a paramedic firefighter to want to be that clinical dispatcher that you want.
They just have to be well trained. Like as long as they understand. Again, just having the certification is not enough, right? You have to have the knowledge, and the knowledge comes with going through the process.
Right. You sound you keep repeating that, and I believe that they are well trained.
No, they're well trained in what they're doing. Don't get me wrong, but when it comes to medical management, it's a totally different thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm not putting down firefighters. They're awesome people.
I was actually a dispatcher when I was at the fire department. So I know exactly. Well, I wasn't a paramedic. I was an EMT and a dispatcher.
I think when you're involved with patient care, after 6 months to a year, you see so much and you gain so much information, so much knowledge that's invaluable. Mm-hmm. It's like anything else. It's experience, and the experience comes by working and knowing and doing those things. It doesn't come. We all know anybody can go get a certification, but if you don't know how to apply it, it's meaningless. There are plenty of bad doctors out there. Trust me. Just because they have MD degree, I'll be the first one to tell you that. It's like any other job, right? That just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're good at what you do. I'm being honest. So, and this is nothing against the firefighters. They're wonderful people. They do a great job. We just want to make sure that they have the clinical knowledge and the experience so they can make those calls in an adequate fashion. That's it.
That's what we want for the citizens of Beaumont.
Absolutely.
That's what we want.
And that's why I'm here.
We want. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
I really appreciate your time, and I'm so sorry that it took so long, but I really appreciate your time.
Oh, we're not finished.
No.
Quick question. Do other ambulance service assist Beaumont, the city of Beaumont?
We do have agreements with some privates for what we call rollover. But of course, they're short-staffed and everything, and I can tell you that we're answering the majority of their calls, their rollovers, in addition to what they're doing. We don't do transfers, okay? The privates do a lot of transfers. We do emergency response. So when they're out there doing the transfers and everything.
Can you explain transfer to the public?
Yeah, to possibly dialysis, to doctor visits, from the nursing homes and things like that. When the nursing homes are experiencing medical emergencies, they call 911 also. So we're taking those calls also that the privates maybe have signed a contract with that facility. So we're taking those calls also, in addition to our own 911 calls. Now, they're all citizens of Beaumont, no doubt about that. But that's in addition to what we're making also. So does it tie up our resources? Yes, absolutely it does.
But it's a call, and
it is a call.
And you have to answer.
And you have to answer it. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councilmember Samuel.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I want to make sure I understand, because one of the things I'm concerned about is the fear that many people have in our community about when they hear this is level 0. From my experience, we made a call and they arrived. The firefighters arrived.
Yes, sir.
And on that, I'm assuming there was an EMT or an intensive EMT.
EMT.
Okay. And with that, there were no transportation available at that time because someone was at the hospital. There were units at the hospital that had to stay at the hospital until they were released.
Yes, sir.
Now, with that, I found in that experience the person that was at the location providing the treatment, pending a unit coming, was doing more than they could have gotten at the hospital at that time. How often does that occur?
As far as the non-critical versus critical?
At that point, they were trying to stabilize.
Yes.
And there was no transportation to get to the hospital, but they did what they needed to do on site because of the EMT that was there.
Yes, to stabilize the patient on scene.
On scene.
Yes, sir.
How often does that happen?
That depends on how many units we actually have in service, how many units are available, whether they're at the hospital on patient transfer. That's why it's so critical that we're trying to staff these units to make sure that we have the units available. But from a standpoint, I can tell you we're licensed for 9. If we had 9 units, because of the volume of calls, we're going to reach that level where we're going to have those downtimes where we're not going to be able to transport a patient, or there may be a delay in transport.
But with the Good Sam, that would be an additional opportunity.
If you look at the mitigation, you'll look that we're looking at a group, what we call our higher user groups. San Antonio took this in 2014 and was able to reduce their high user groups, they call them their high volume users, by 54%.
That's those that they are familiar with.
They're familiar with your non-criticals. Hey, my medication, my back hurting, I have leg pain, I have a cut, but I want to go to the hospital. I want to be seen. And we don't refuse transport. If they want to be transported, that is their choice.
Okay.
So we're going to transport them to the hospital.
So that's one of the things that can happen immediately to free up.
Yes.
Okay.
By using some of these mitigation strategies that we're plan on putting in place. Yes, sir.
And the other strategy, to have an EMT at the hospital, that would free up a unit that has transported to the hospital,
Yes.
having to stay there until it's complete, but having someone there on site, that unit would be able to go back into service.
Yeah, and this is not something new. We've done this before, and that it's not going to be an EMT. It's actually going to be a paramedic, so we can make sure that we're transferring them to the highest level of care. We can't transfer them to a lower level of care.
We did that during Harvey.
Yes.
During COVID.
COVID.
Actually. And because we didn't have enough nurses, so idea was brought in. Hey, paramedics that want to do overtime. I went to the hospital. I said, listen, this would be stupid if we say no. You give them and you hire them immediately, and you give them the money that they deserve, and they did it.
Yeah.
Because now that's like an extra medical person. It's just the same paramedic that was seeing you at the scene, except they're tagging you. Now the new one will pick you up in the ER because he or she's stationed in the ER while you can go back and attend another 911
Yeah,
call.
clean your unit, get it back in service, and say I'm available for a call.
So prospectively, about when would you foresee being able to have the Good Sam, the paramedics at the hospital?
The paramedic at the hospital can have an immediate impact.
And the third one is having the additional units that we need. How long do you think that would be before those 3 things would take place?
Conservatively, 10 to 12 months. Of course, we have units ordered. You all have approved new units, but we're having those supply chain issues also. Again, we're incentivizing that have immediate impact is the signing bonus. Mr. Williams has done a salary survey citywide, which is going to benefit my department also. And we want to hire those people, but we want to retain them also. And remember that we're competing against other cities for employees, and we're competing against the private sector also. So we have to pay competitive wages, good working conditions, all those things. And we're looking at those things, of implementing those things. It's going to take a little time, but we're going to get it in service as soon as we possibly can, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner, then Councilmember Getz.
I noticed we said we have 237 firefighters right now. How many do we need to have? What's the number?
We're allotted for 243, so essentially we're 5 short on firefighters/EMTs. And I am instituting a entrance test June 21st.
Okay. My next question is, this is I'm not going to necessarily say concern. This is just something I like to see from staff. This number really stood out to me. We have 46 living inside of the city of Beaumont city limits, and we have 191 living outside. Me personally, not only with fire, but public safety period, I would like to see incentives to see our public safety officers actually reside and living within the city of Beaumont. I would like to see us more aggressive towards, having our first responders actually living within our city limits. I think that's extremely important when we look at, the optics of those numbers. That's not well, in my opinion, the percentage. My second thing is, and I want to make it clear, I'm not speaking just in reference to fire. I would like to see public safety, period, fire and police actually residing. We doing things to incentivize them to actually reside in the city limits of Beaumont, because ultimately we know how we fund that, property tax, sales tax. The next thing that I want to ask is, it's no secret that what's going on. I think it's extremely important that everybody knows this council has been adamant about wanting people to come to the table and let's get a solution. No reason to talk around it. So I want to ask staff, where are we at with that? Why haven't we sat at the table, or what's going on? Where are we at that we haven't sat at the table and kind of got to where we need to be? I think it's completely appropriate, and I think it needs to be addressed, and I think the community needs to know, we all are asking for it as a council. We want to see things resolved. So what are the reasons we haven't got there?
There are 2 pending lawsuits involving EMS, and one went filed exactly against the city, against the union.
Who filed the lawsuit?
Oh, the city didn't file any lawsuit. The first lawsuit was filed by an EMS employee asserting civil service privilege, and the second one was filed by the fire union as it relates to the council's decision to staff an independent EMS department. Both of those lawsuits are still ongoing, and have not been resolved. So as it relates to sitting down with the union, it would be ill-advised considering they're suing the city.
Councilmember Gibbs.
You talked about placing a paramedic at the hospital to free up an ambulance to get back in the field. What kind of equipment will that paramedic have at their disposal? Because what happens if the ambulance leaves and the patient deteriorates? It's not like they can go into the hospital and say, I need to borrow something. What kind of equipment will they have?
So they do have the advanced life support equipment, which means they have a med bag, airway bag, and a monitor in case they need it. But they work well with the hospital, work in conjunction with them, expressing, hey, this is a critical patient. More time than not, in those critical patients, they usually end up moving in a bit faster. We're talking about patients or low acuity that will be there for over an extended period of time. We have a cap about 30 minutes. If we anticipate patients or our ambulance wall time over 30 minutes, then what we call the EPOC, which is extended offload time, paramedic will take that patient, release the other crew back into service. He or she can manage up to 3 patients. We have stretchers built in there already. So that way they can monitor the patient, because again, these are low acuity patients. So that frees up 3 or 4 ambulances
But
if
they will
need be.
have access to all the medications in the hospital because they're working in conjunction with the nurses there. All the nurses actually know these medics, so they're pretty much part of the crew in the emergency room. They're just an extension to the current staff.
Could you, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Turner, thank you for bringing that up. I'm of the opinion that I know we have lawsuits. I still don't see anything wrong with sitting down and trying to settle some of this stuff. And I was wondering, Mr. Williams, would you be willing to sit down and discuss with the union what they want, or what would be needed to settle this?
Well, I would be reluctant to do that, but against the advice of our city attorney to do that, to be honest with you.
And just to be clear, the issues involving the union do not relate to public safety. There are two separate issues. The lawsuits involving the union and the EMS employee do not relate to services provided to the citizens. Even though I know we've talked extensively about, being shorthanded and the services that we provide to the city, those are separate and apart from the lawsuits that are pending against the city. And the union's advertisements as it relates to level zeros and 911 calls are not a part of their lawsuits. Their lawsuits don't involve services to the city. Their lawsuits aren't connected to those issues. The issues involving the lawsuits do not affect services to the city. The union or the fire department, those employees are not refusing to serve the citizens. They're not refusing. I know there was a comment made about their refusal to work overtime on a volunteer basis, but those guys go to work, and those men and women go to work every day and provide services, excellent services to the city alongside the EMS department. The lawsuits, and when you say sit down and resolve these issues, the issues that the chief and the medical director and our EMS manager have presented are issues that deal with services to the citizens. What can we do to alleviate that concern that the citizens have, thinking that the 911 call isn't going to be answered? What can we do to alleviate the concerns of the citizens that an ambulance will be tied up at the hospital or tied up at someone's house dealing with a finger cut as opposed to assisting their mother who could be in cardiac arrest? So those are the issues that are being addressed, or we're trying to address, with the Good Sam and the medical triaging and the tiered level and the paramedic at the hospital. Those are issues that are being addressed with every city that's dealing with a shortage of EMS employees and medical employees across the nation. There are some cities that don't have enough nurses. That's why traveling nurses is a big business right now. And the city of Beaumont has been blessed that that's not our unique issue, but we do have a shortage of EMS employees. That is something that every city is dealing with. So the presentation today and the communications you have today don't touch on any of the issues that are involved in the city in the lawsuit. So although council may feel like they involve the fire union, they do not. The union is not a part of this at all. And I know that they've taken an interest in it online. And I commend them for that, but it's not connected to their issues that are connected in their lawsuit. So in order, asking the city manager or even myself to sit down, I think it's important to point out we didn't initiate any of these lawsuits. And again, I stand by my interpretation of the 143 as it relates to the EMS lawsuit and the city's ability to create standalone departments separate and apart from the fire department or any department for that matter. I stand by that recommendation that was given to council, and I don't think it's prudent for us to mix the concerns of providing citizen care with the issues that have been brought up in the fire union and the EMS employee lawsuit.
But as of right now, EMS is still working under the fire department, correct?
EMS is a division under the fire department, correct? Yes.
They're not a standalone division.
No.
Yeah, Councilman, I'd just like to say, our priority is the health and safety of people of Beaumont. So whatever we need to do to make sure that happens, I want to make sure that happens. That's why I'm having these meetings with the fire department to make sure they get the resources they need to make sure that happens, but also to have accountability that they're fulfilling their part and doing the things that they need to do. So all those things we can control, we're going to control, and we'll get that done, and we'll get these issues resolved with them as far as the issues with response and things like that. But again, as the city attorney said, we're talking about two different items.
We can take care of the manpower shortage and things like that. That's
We will. Yes, that's a priority.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal, then Councilmember Felshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. But, all right, so even going back to some of these changes that you're wanting to make, like changing the dispatch, if that's a civil service position, we have got to sit down with the union to try to resolve some of those issues, don't we?
There's no talk about changing those divisions to those civil service positions. Any position that is currently civil service will remain civil service. We're not talking about reclassifying positions. The presentation is we have paramedics in the fire department and EMTs in the fire department that work in fire dispatches. So the conversation was classifying them or training them to think higher. So those EMTs that are at that level can think at a paramedic level, and those paramedics can be trained for the NETP program. We're not reclassifying positions, so there's no reason to, open up the contract for that.
Okay, well, I just want to go on record and say, I agree with the comment that Councilmember Turner made that, this thing's bigger than what we're all saying here today. And until everybody can sit in the room and talk about it, I don't ever see us getting it resolved.
And I would just like to go on record is that the issues dealing with services to the citizens and staffing of EMS and units are not the issues that are in the lawsuit. The lawsuit faces different issues that are specific to, at least the fire union lawsuit is specific to the union and not necessarily to EMS services.
And could you also state the fact that it does not affect public service?
It does not. So the lawsuit filed by the fire union was not them saying that they didn't want to do certain work or would not do certain work. Again, the men and women in the fire department have never, outwardly refused to do their duty. They show up, they do their work, and they do a good job. The lawsuit filed by the union was specific to the city's decision or announcement to create a standalone EMS department, essentially to move those EMS employees out of fire. That lawsuit didn't assert anything other than they felt like that was not done inconsistent with the city charter. They felt an injunction was filed and then expired. There are several reasons why the city has not moved forward with that. Again, dealing with another lawsuit that is on appeal and is still pending. But again, those issues do not connect or relate back to services being provided to the citizen. The union is not advocating for people not to, their members not to participate or respond to calls or not to do their job. They haven't done that. Again, it is not about not providing services to the citizens. That is not the basis of any of the lawsuits involving the EMS employee or the lawsuit that was filed by the union. That's not what they've advocated. That is not what they are promoting. And so it doesn't affect any of the mitigation strategies or anything that we're trying to implement would not negatively impact any of the members, either from the union or from EMS. It's all about providing good services to the citizen, which I think is the objective and the goal for both the management team as well as the union team as well. Everyone wants to make sure that we're providing adequate services to the citizen.
Which they, by firefighter EMS, provide that every day. They come to work and do a great job, and we want to make sure that we maintain that same level of care.
Thank you. Councilmember Felshaw.
City Attorney, I don't want to belabor this fact. I just, again, want to make sure I understand. Would the two lawsuits that you're referring to at this time prevent the city manager and the fire chief from sitting down with a local union to discuss hiring practices as we move forward? Would that prevent that?
So hiring practices are discussed in the contract, and if you want to sit down, then we would have to do that to open up the contract. I know in the past, the union has provided strategies or suggestions that they wanted to consider, and I presented those to the chief. The chief has in turn provided that to the management team, and I think that some of the things that you heard the chief talking about today are part of that incorporation. Not all, but on a basic level, the dual cert test is, for one example, was a suggestion that was presented by the union. However, again, as the chief mentioned, the cost to hire someone just as a straight civilian with no certifications would be an extreme risk to the city in terms of financially, because we would kind of take on that person if they didn't pass the test, so to speak. So in the police cadet program, obviously, it's a lower standard for them, and to hire them and put them through the cadet program to kind of get them trained up to go. So what the chief's suggestion is that we do that, but already make them have the harder test, so to speak, so that the city's risk is kind of reduced. The fire, the fire exam, is that what it's called?
Fire entrance exam.
The fire entrance exam is a lot easier, for lack of a better term, than the paramedic or EMT test. And so requiring them to have that EMT certification before the city hires them just reduces the city's risk for that. And so there has been conversations in the past, or at least proposals that's been presented to the chief and to the management team that has been incorporated in the plan.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I'd just like to say, appreciate the support from the council and the manager going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Dr.
really
Kappa
appreciate your
Psi.
time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a second presentation. Ms. City Manager, we're ready for our next presentation.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We have a presentation by the International Code Council. In the past, we had a presentation from the Uniform Council, and they requested, and we were requested of council to be on to their own.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you. We had a PowerPoint that we were, oh, sorry.
Mr. Williams, is this it right here?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's the same presentation, but that's not the PowerPoint.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. It's okay. So I'm gonna get started. If we get the PowerPoint, we'll pull the slides up.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you, Mayor, City Council. My name is Mark Roberts. I'm the Senior Regional Manager of Government Relations for the International Code Council. With me today is my plumbing, mechanical, and fuel gas colleague, Richard Anderson. And also in the audience today, we have our Texas Regional Manager out of San Antonio, Mr. Rick Blunser. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the International Code Council and our family of codes. Of course, today on your agenda, you have a number of items that are concerning about adopting the international codes, as well as the international plumbing, mechanical, and fuel gas codes. Tell you a little bit about the International Code Council. We're an American, not-for-profit, membership-based organization with over 60,000 members. We develop the international codes, which are adopted in every state. We're dedicated to all aspects of building safety. We have 399 chapters worldwide. In Texas alone, we have 18 chapters and 4,200 members here in Texas. Actually, the city of Beaumont is a member of the International Code Council. ICC currently develops 15 codes and 18 standards, and has 10 standards in development. Quite an extensive grouping of standards and codes. Nearly 2 billion people across the world are impacted and protected by the international codes. I wish I had the PowerPoint. It's not coming up. Rich, can I have this so I can at least follow it? Go ahead. So, give you a little background about who the International Code Council is. Right off the bat, when you hear international, a lot of times you think that we're from some foreign entity or something. But the International Code Council is an American-based company. We're from here. Our legacy organizations were geographically placed across the United States. In the South was the Southern Building Code Congress International, which is the legacy code that was used by Beaumont prior to ICC 19 years ago. Also, out on the East Coast area is BOCA, and on the West Coast was ICBO that produced the Uniform Building Code. They had partnered at that time with IAPMO using the Uniform Plumbing Code and Mechanical Code as part of their codes. ICC's founding strategic partners were associations like the American Gas Association, the American Institute for Architects, the Building Owners and Management Association, the National Association of Home Builders, and the National Multi-Housing Council. Beaumont area supporters that we have, and some of them are here today, include architects, engineers, builders, contractors, plumbers and HVAC contractors, and of course your staff, our governmental members. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about our code development process. How do we get the codes that you're using here in Beaumont? We have what's called the governmental consensus process. It's an open public forum process that also allows for secure online voting by our governmental members. The decisions are transparent. Everything is videotaped. Everything is live on the internet. Anyone can watch. Anyone can participate in the hearings. Anyone can submit a code change proposal. You know, it goes through normal due process with an appeals process. Again, anybody can submit a code change proposal. With the governmental consensus process, what's very unique about what we do, it leaves the final determination of code provisions in the hands of public safety officials who have no vested financial interest whatsoever in the outcome of the code. Their primary goal is public interest, whether it's public health, safety, or welfare. So we have industry-wide involvement in the development of all of our codes. We have code officials, design professionals, trade associations, builders, contractors, manufacturers, government agencies, advocacy groups for whatever individual items, utilities, and anyone else that wants to be involved. So with that,
That's beautiful.
let's see if we get it out. So with that, the ICC codes cover structural life safety, plumbing, mechanical, and fuel gas codes, energy, fire safety, property maintenance and zoning, green construction, and swimming pools and spas. I was going to have my colleague, Rich, he'll come to you to discuss to you specific things about the plumbing, mechanical, and fuel gas code. I ask for you today to urge you to please consider voting positively on agenda items 12, 13, and 15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, city management, all those in attendance today. Thank you for allowing us to present on behalf of the International Code Council. As my colleague previously mentioned, my name is Rich Anderson. I am Director of PMG Technical Resources with the International Code Council. Sounds like a really big title. I'm just an old plumbing and mechanical contractor. I crawled up out of a ditch or out of an attic. Went over to local government about 11 years ago. And then recently, about 2 years ago, joined the International Code Council as director. We have 5 directors of PMG Technical Resources throughout the country, supporting local governments, contractors, design professionals, standard organizations, such as those that go through the ANSI process or the CSA process or international standards. We are the foremost experts in the country on plumbing, mechanical, fuel gas, swimming pool and spa, and private sewage disposal codes. Myself, I am a Texas licensed journeyman plumber, master plumber, inspector with medical gas and piping endorsement, and I am also an ACR contractor with TDLR, HVAC work, right? I have an A license with a combination endorsement. I've worked in government where we have had code correlation between our family of codes and utilized the entire international family of codes. I have also worked in jurisdictions where we've tried to insert standalone codes. So I am well versed in the challenges that your department has in trying to insert codes that don't correlate. And what that means for your staff is extra work, not a streamlined process for development, which is why all of our codes correlate. Now, just because they correlate together does not necessarily mean that a plumbing contractor needs the entire suite of our codes to perform plumbing. No, we reference other codes when appropriate. Next slide, please. So, we performed some research last January.
on Texas-wide adoptions. Our research in the past has been focused on jurisdictions either equal or greater to 5,000. That's because in Texas, that's those communities that are required to adopt a plumbing code and have a department to enforce those regulations. Last January, we broadened that search to include any community because just because they don't have to have a plumbing code, they may choose to. Okay. Our data indicates that over 97% of communities in Texas overwhelmingly choose the International Plumbing Code over any other model code allowed in the state of Texas. This map that you're seeing on the screen and in the handout provided to council shows that overwhelming adoption. And in addition to that, the IPC is the most widely adopted plumbing code in the United States. The IPC is currently adopted in 37 states across the U.S. and in some of our territories like Puerto Rico and Guam and the Cayman Islands. Approximately 252 million people, or 75% of the U.S. population, live in areas that have adopted the IPC. The IPC is also recognized in other countries around the world as we continue to build with those international partners. Next slide, please. What you're seeing on your screen now is less than 3% of jurisdictions in Texas choose to adopt the Uniform Plumbing Code, making the IPC the most widely adopted plumbing code in the entire state of Texas. Therefore, design professionals who may not live in Beaumont turn to the family of I-codes for your development. Companies like Target have stated in a letter I believe provided to council how much more money it costs them to build a store under the Uniform Plumbing Code. That is not data from us, that is data from stakeholders and actual industry. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overwhelming adoption of over 98% of communities in Texas choosing the International Mechanical Code over the Uniform Mechanical Code. Once again, that's making the IMC the most widely adopted mechanical code in Texas. Therefore, most contractors, design professionals, construction people, those in your development community are much more familiar with the provisions in the International Mechanical Code. And also, the International Mechanical Code is adopted in approximately 87% of the U.S. Next slide, please. This slide shows that only 2% of jurisdictions, or just less than 2% of jurisdictions in Texas, choose to adopt the Uniform Mechanical Code, making the IMC once again the most widely adopted and trusted source for mechanical provisions in the state of Texas. Next slide, please. Here we have a map showing the International Fuel Gas Code. The International Fuel Gas Code is adopted in over 98% of communities in Texas. All right. We also have over 82% of the population in the United States utilizing provisions within our fuel gas code. Now, I know it has been said in the past and statements made that the other code includes fuel gas provisions. Absolutely correct. But we make a model code adoptable for anywhere in the country and in the world. And in Texas, plumbers do fuel gas. In other states, that's a standalone license, which is one of the reasons our stakeholders, our governmental members from throughout the country, are happy with the fact that we separate those two codes, allowing for a U.S. adoption that fits into any licensing requirements. Nowhere in any model code will you find a licensing requirement that is state or local jurisdictionally driven. The development of our codes support everybody's jurisdiction, whether it's local or international or federal level, to adopt our codes and implement them based on their local requirements. Also, in the Uniform Mechanical Code, they house fuel gas provisions for items that mechanical contractors cannot do in the state of Texas. They are allowed to do the venting on their appliances, and they can do what's called the appliance connector. So a very short piece of gas piping from the stop to the appliance. Next slide, please. This map shows jurisdictions using UPC fuel gas provisions. Once again, it's just over 2% of jurisdictions in the state, making the International Fuel Gas Code the most widely adopted fuel gas code to protect the public safety in Texas. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just take a couple minutes, and I know council has heard from both sides a little bit, and I feel, in my humble opinion, as an ex-contractor, there may have been some false statements made. One was that the international PMG codes are more open than the IATMO codes to interpretation. I will say that both codes state that the building official in the international family of codes or the authority having jurisdiction in the IATMO codes have interpretation powers. Next slide, please. This is directly out of the 2021 Uniform Plumbing Code. The authority having jurisdiction shall have power to render interpretations. Such interpretations, rules, and regulations shall comply with the intent and purpose of this code. I think this is a very well-written code section. I don't have a problem with this. Next slide, please. This is from the International Plumbing Code. The code official shall have the authority to render interpretations of this code. Such interpretations, policies, procedures shall be in compliance with the intent and purpose of this code. Sounds very familiar, right? We go on to add, such policies and procedures shall not have the effect of waiving requirements specifically provided in this code. We try to set that very specific requirement. Yes, sir.
Well, please, can you go back to the following slide? I kind of like to. Yeah,
Yes,
previous
ma'am. Yes,
slide.
sir.
I'm sorry. Please, Miss Tina.
She did.
She did. Thank you. All right, you go back to the next one. All right, that's all I needed.
Your city clerk has a copy of the entire presentation. So she has that, sir, if you need it. I'm sure she can share it and make it part of whatever needs to happen. Okay. Next slide. I know council was given an estimate on a price for a single valve feeding a dwelling unit of upwards of $1,360. In speaking with your staff here in Beaumont, the majority of multifamily housing is being constructed utilizing CPVC piping for water distribution, or the water piping within the building. Doing a simple web search of one of our box stores, I found a 3/4 inch solvent weld valve that cost $6.70. Now, as an ex-contractor, I find it hard to believe that with all direct and indirect costs associated with a $6.70 valve, that valve would cost almost $1,360 to install. Okay? Furthermore, the installation of that valve and the required access to that valve can save thousands in property damage for that particular person occupying that dwelling unit, allowing them to shut off the water in case of emergency, saving from water and flood damage. That is the important resilient and sustainability requirement for that shutoff valve. We want to make sure that people have access to turn off the water when needed without affecting their neighbor, right? I can shut off the water to my unit, work on it, while you still have access to your restroom, your toilet, your shower, your kitchen, all of that. Next slide, please. So back to a little bit of our code development process that Mark had touched on already. Both ICC and IATMO allow for anyone to submit code proposals. That's a fact. You don't have to be members of either organization or anything like that. Anybody sitting in this room right now can submit a code proposal. Both also host code development hearings where proponents get up and speak in support of their code proposal, and those in opposition get up and speak in opposition to that proposal. Both code bodies have application processes, and we seek out industry professionals to sit on, we call them code development committees. IATMO calls them, I believe, technical committees. Okay. These are industry professionals from design professionals, plumbing contractors, HVAC contractors, building contractors, fire professional engineers. Now, Final approval in the ATMO code development process is done by a small hand select group of individuals that may have financial interest in the provisions housed in those codes. Next slide, please. So final approval in the ICC in the public comment portion of our code development is done by a governmental consensus process. We call it a governmental consensus process because it kind of mirrors what local government does, like when they elect you. It's sent out to your constituents. We send it out to our members or our peers because they are the ones that are tasked with enforcement. They know what enforceable, unenforceable language looks like in a code book. All right? This process empowers over 600 building and fire code officials with voting rights. People like Beaumont's very own building and code division team members. Okay? These individuals have no financial interest in the provisions. Their only goal is to ensure the health and life safety of the communities they serve, just like this council. Next slide, please. So let's get back to the multiple code book question. All right? It has been stated that you need multiple code books to perform work under the International Plumbing Code. Both codes have reference standards in them, requiring design professionals, contractors, and our building and fire code professionals to access. Only the International Code Council's ICC Digital Code Premium includes over 1,400 of these reference standards. Also, the 2021 IPC is the only model code book that includes ADA plumbing provisions. Other model plumbing codes reference the ANSI ICC 117.1 standard for accessibility and usable buildings. We do this because we know how important accessibility is to those that we all serve, and we want to make that readily available to our plumbing contractors throughout the country. The IPC and the IMC both reference a document printed from the National Fire Protection Agency, which is the NFPA 99, which is a healthcare facilities code for hospitals. That is a very holistic document for hospitals. It talks about all sorts of things, not just the medical gas and vacuum, which is housed in Chapter 5. Okay, there's 15 or 16 chapters within that whole code body. All right. This reference aligns the IPC and IMC with the state of Texas requirements for hospitals through the Texas Department of State Health Services. Within Title 25 of Texas Administrative Code, there is absolutely no reference to Chapter 13 of the Uniform Plumbing Code. And the UMC, the Uniform Mechanical Code, has zero reference to this state-mandated code. Once again, we're back to our governmental members gearing where our codes go because they understand what it means to enforce codes and to look at things in the built environment holistically and reference the proper document when needed. Okay. Next slide, please. The ICC PMG codes are not prescriptive. The entire suite of ICC PMG codes includes thousands of prescriptive requirements. These requirements are all based on specific installation and design considerations. To properly address any concerns, ICC is willing to discuss the details with anyone that has concerns. We've done so getting down into the weeds, answering questions from staff, and I believe members from this council when they've reached out. Next slide, please. In closing, ICC, by working directly with plumbing professionals, engineers, plumbing contractors, mechanical contractors, building safety professionals, fire code professionals, etc., all of our industry stakeholders. This process ensures that the PMG codes take a holistic approach to plumbing, mechanical, and fuel gas design, installation, and inspection. Because the contractor is just one part of the triangle of construction. We have design, we have our design community, our architects, our engineers, we have our skilled labor who are installing it, as well as we have our building life safety professionals that are out there every day protecting the community of Beaumont. So by adopting the IPC, IMC, and fuel gas codes in Beaumont today. You show to the community you serve that this council cares not just about health and safety of all of its citizens, but you also care about viable options for use in the built environment, efficiency in local government, as well as resiliency and sustainability. And I'd like to thank council for their time today in taking up the adoption of moving Beaumont forward to the most resilient codes for the 2021 cycle. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I will again ask for public comment. If you haven't already done so, fill out the green slip to the back of the room, hand it to the clerk to the front of the room. She will call your name when it's time for you to speak. The green light will come on at the beginning of your 3 minutes, and the red light will be your indication that your 3 minutes are up.
Don LaBiche, 7999 Gladys Avenue, Beaumont, Texas. He wants to speak on items 13 through 16 on the agenda.
I think he left. I saw him earlier.
Did he leave?
He left.
Rob Clark, 85 Geneva, Beaumont, Texas. Items 12 through 16 on the agenda.
Good afternoon. I'll do this quickly. I am an architect who has been practicing since 1977 here in the city of Beaumont, public project, hospital projects, many fire stations, and houses. So we've used all the codes. We strongly encourage you to consider the ICC codes. They are comprehensive, but I want to tell you where they're going in the next generation. That's what we're most interested in. Because of the complexity of codes, the ICC codes allow us to do a database search for various entries that are required in very complex buildings. And our firm is going to look forward to using that. Breaking apart codes and introducing third-party codes or another code as a way of amending is not a good thing. We have spoken with our engineers from Houston, Lake Charles, Lafayette, San Antonio, and every single one of them have said it has been a difficult process dealing with mixed codes. So I just would like to encourage you to continue on with the code that you have adopted prior to this date. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sina Nahid, 1990 West Lucas, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, the council. My name is Sina Nejad. I'm a registered professional engineer, a registered professional structural engineer, architectural engineer, and I'm also authorized by the Texas Board of Professional Engineers, Texas Board of Architectural Examiners to practice architecture in Texas. I do sit on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I also have the honor of being the chair of Texas Board of Professional Engineers. We regulate the work of 76,000 engineers and land surveyors in the state of Texas. I've been practicing here in Beaumont for about 40 years. We always use the International Building Code. It's probably one of the most comprehensive codes that you can find. And I've heard that there was some talk about mixing the codes and using the Uniform Plumbing Code. And I really, for the life of me, haven't found any reason for anybody to take a set of codes that have been adopted by a good number of people all around the globe to go ahead and mix and match different codes to each other. The International Building Codes are a family of codes. They refer to each other in different instances. They have their own very well-written commentary, and they have all sorts of helplines. When you don't have an answer, you can call, or you can send a question, and they have professionals that can answer you. So I would urge you not to adopt anything other than one complete family of codes that would serve the citizens a lot better in Beaumont, Texas. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, there's another one.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mouton, members of council. My name
Can
is
you-
John.
Go ahead. Can you just do your name and address for the record?
John Mata, 16303 Amber Brown Drive, Hockley, Texas. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. We're talking about the plumbing and mechanical codes that we have been talking for quite some time now. I know that there's been a lot of discussion on different processes. Just want to clarify one thing on the governmental consensus process, if I may. The final vote is special interest. And a lot of times it's not exactly from the plumbing mechanical industry. That's the difference between the open consensus process from IAPMO and ANSI accredited and the government consensus. The open consensus that we have allows everybody from the plumbers, manufacturers, code enforcement, anybody has a voice and a vote in our say. Do we have technical committees? Yes, but overwhelming are from the plumbing mechanical industry. We are the most prescriptive and resilient code ever developed since 1926. And I respectfully request that the council, mayor and council, please adopt workshop session item 14 and 16, the Uniform Plumbing Code and the Uniform Mechanical Code, the 2021 editions. And I'll stand here for questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I will call for a motion for the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
On item E, on the picnic pavilion at Sprott Park, in the, I guess the rendering, all it showed was a pavilion. Is this gonna include the benches and chairs, electrical outlets, water, tables, stuff like that?
I don't, Mr. Folsom wasn't able to be here today. Was there a designated to speak for Keith? Jim? Was there someone to speak for Keith Folsom in his absence?
Not on that item, and Ken Reggett is not here as well. No. It's not.
We can get you that answer.
What was the
Councilman.
question?
The pavilion.
Was
at
it
Sprott
just the
Park.
pavilion?
The pavilion, what does it include? Cause the rendering just shows a cover. And it says, red, it says it's gonna have concrete and it's gonna be a cover. But what about the tables, you know, the benches, picnic tables and stuff like that? The electrical outlets, ceiling fan, water? You know, it doesn't, according to, on here, none of that stuff is included.
So isn't in the scope of work plan, but I'll double check. Like those items, like the picnic tables and stuff like that, wasn't in the scope of work plans and the ceiling fans, but I'll double check.
Councilmember Turner.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I just like to make sure, I'm not sure if other pavilions have it, but I'm not familiar. I haven't been under one in a while, so I just want to make sure we keep them kind of uniform. So
But
if
what
you,
I'm-
I don't know if the other ones don't. That's why I'm asking.
What I'm describing is what's like at Terrell Park.
Okay.
So the pavilion, it's like the contract is for the actual, the structure itself. Whatever amenities we decide to include in that will come to council separate and apart. What we're purchasing is basically like the base model, whatever we upgrade to is what we upgrade to, but that's not included in this purchase. This is just that rendering that you see, that's what we're getting. So anything that we add to that would be additional, but this is specifically for that covering.
Yeah, and just for clarity to follow up, I would like to know if what all ones do have what, you know, if I can get that in the email.
Okay. And I'm reluctant to speculate. That's why I want to get your answer for sure. But this appears to be just for the installation of the structure itself. If other things have been identified for inclusion, I can't answer that. But this puts up the structure.
I'd like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Durio, were you under the assumption that it did include ceiling fans and picnic benches.
What, the picnic benches, electrical outlet, and water, yeah.
Okay.
But that's not included like in the craftsman. That's what we're purchasing. So like this isn't for that item. So I think that if those things are amenities are included, it will come to council in a separate item. This is for what we purchase for craftsmen. Just kind of like when you go to Home Depot, you buy the little utility building, you get that, and then whatever you add to it is additional. But this is just for the purchase and installation of that structure.
Well, it's just my understanding this comes from the parks deal that we did.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. So essentially, it's in phases. So the council understands, like we purchased the pavilion. We're not building it. They already have it and done. So whatever additional things we add to that will come to you. May not need to even come to you if we do it in house, or if it's already a part of it, if it's under budget.
The additional things be able to be budgeted for?
It's already a part of the capital parks program plan that council allotted the budget for.
Yeah, I don't know if it's already been budgeted or not. Again, I can't answer that. I have to get you that. But I mean, if it's something that we're going to start supplying or putting in them, we could put it in the future budget for the purchase of those items or installation of those items.
Any other comments? All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carried. May I have the reading of item number 1, please, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council consider request to annex the south half of the right-of-way of Spindletop Avenue. The existing city limit line travels along the center line, which leaves half for the city, half for the county. This shared ownership has prevented the city and county from performing the necessary rehabilitation of the road. Back in 2021, the city agreed and Jefferson County was going to reimburse 50% of the construction costs not to exceed $265,000 to work on this road. Final contract has been awarded for $532,052. So basically, in a joint hearing held on that March 2023, the Planning Commission recommended 9-0 to approve the request to annex the south half of the right-of-way for Spindletop Avenue for the city to be able to own it, to be able to do the work to rehabilitate it.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 1. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 2, please?
Yes, ma'am. Council consider a request for specific use permit to allow an office warehouse and wholesale distribution in the GC-MD-2 general commercial multifamily dwelling 2 district for property located at 1575 South Major Drive. And at a joint public hearing held on March 20, 2023, the Planning Commission recommended 9-0 to approve with the following conditions. Construction plans must meet all requirements by water utilities for any water and sanitary sewer improvements, including any requirements of the city's backflow, pretreatment, and/or fog program. And 2, construction plans shall comply with all applicable building codes. And recommendation by staff is for approval.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 2. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve with the conditions.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 3, please?
Yes. Council consider a request for a specific use permit to allow a gaming site in the GC-MD general commercial multiple family dwelling district for property located at 2865 South 11th Street. The applicant wishes to have 15 gaming machines at this location, with the hours of operation for the business would be Monday to Sunday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. At a joint public hearing held on March 20, 2023, the Planning Commission recommended 9-0 to deny the request for a specific use permit and allowing gaming site in this district. So staff is recommending denial of the ordinance.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 3. May I have a motion, please?
Move to deny. Oh, oh.
Councilmember Felshaw. I'm sorry, Councilmember Neal made the motion and Councilmember Felshaw second. Any discussion? Councilmember Turner, then Mayor Pro Tem.
To staff, man, this address seems like it keeps coming up with the same thing. Is this the first time they've made this request? I kind of feel like we've already visited this address with a game room in the past.
I don't believe it has, but we can check and get back with you, let you know.
Okay,
They
thank you.
have four around the corner on College Street. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, not this.
I don't know why I keep wanting to open gaming rooms in my ward. Well, in Beaumont, period. I think they've had a few of them come before, and I don't remember ever approving one yet. Okay.
Are you finished, Mayor Pro Tem?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 4, please?
Council consider a request for a SUP specific use permit to allow a gaming site in the GCMD, General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling District, for property located at 5425 College Street. And at a joint public hearing held on March 20, 2023, the Planning Commission recommended 9-0 to deny the request. And based upon the actions of the P&Z, staff is recommending denial of the ordinance.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 4. May I have a motion, please?
Move to deny the specific use permit.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 5, please?
Yes. Council consider a request for a specific use permit to allow a recreational vehicle park in the GCMD2, General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling 2 District for property located at 550 Pinchback Road. And at a joint public hearing held on March 2023, the Planning Commission voted 7-3 to approve the request with the following conditions. 1 shall be in compliance with section 24.06.08 minimum standards for type C recreational vehicle park. 2 shall be in compliance with section 28.04.006 landscaping and screening requirements. 3 shall provide directional lighting to reflect away from residential properties to the south. 4, construction plans must meet all requirements by water utilities for any water and sanitary improvements, including any requirements of the city's backflow, pre-treatment or fog program. 5, no permanent structure or appurtenances shall be placed within the easement property, including RV stalls. 6, water and sewage crossings and separations shall follow all Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ standards. 7, a net zero increase in the runoff will be required to ensure the runoff from the proposed conditions match the existing conditions for the 100-year storm event using Atlas 14 rainfall data. The site may drain to the Amelia cutoff ditch to the west with an approved storm PIP tie-in permit per Drainage District 6. 8, a topographic survey must be completed to show which direction the existing ditch is flowing to avoid negatively impacting the surrounding properties. No water from the developed site shall drain onto neighboring properties per Drainage District 6. And 9, should have full-time security on site. With recommended conditions. Oh, that's it. That's the conditions. I'm sorry. And staff is recommending approval based upon P&Z's recommendation.
Thank you. I'm trying to decide if I want to ask a question before I call for the vote. You've heard the reading of item number 5. Is there a motion, please?
Move to deny the specific use permit.
Second.
Okay, any comments? Councilmember Getz and Councilmember Turner, Councilmember Felshaw.
So this particular location on Pinchback, which is a very narrow road to begin with, is sandwiched between 2 railroad tracks, one on the north, one on the south, and a drainage ditch that is on the west. These train tracks are in what is called a quiet zone, and whenever you do that, you have to put concrete barriers in the middle of the road to prevent cars from weaving in between the crossing. These concrete barriers, if you look at the map that is included with this exhibit, make it very difficult, if not impossible, for an RV to maneuver to be able to get into this lot. Moreover, this particular part of Beaumont, which is in Ward 2, is full of apartment complexes and townhouses, so it's already very, very congested. To put another 80 RVs into this area would be a nightmare. And that's not just my opinion. I went door to door in that area, and we'll read into the record the names of citizens and their addresses that are opposed to putting this RV park at 550 Pinchback. Lynn Haynes, who resides at 670 Pinchback, opposed. Ethan Berwick, who resides at 410 Pinchback, opposed. Jill Levisay at 685 Pinchback, opposed. Joey Levisay, 685 Pinchback, opposed. Shannon Gibson, 670 Pinchback, opposed. There's also a daycare center just on the other side of one of those tracks called World of Color. It is owned by Arlene Coleman, who is opposed. Her daughter's the manager there, Courtney Lynch. She is opposed. So with all that, I just cannot support putting an RV park in this area.
Thank you, Councilmember Getz. Councilmember Turner.
Question to staff. Normally, when we see conditions with some of these items, 9 is kind of the most I ever seen. Is there a reason this many conditions were added to this particular project versus some of the other projects similar to it? And I've never seen 9 conditions in reference to approval.
So if you look across the conditions, they tend to try to address or try to mitigate the impact that are coming from the proposal and its impact on the adjacent property owner. So you'll see things like compliance with basically the RV ordinance, which has a lot of requirements that goes along with it. You'll look and you'll see TCEQ standards in terms of concerns for water. You'll see concerns for drainage, full-time security. So again, I think the idea behind the recommendations for the conditions are to try to mitigate what is a pretty high-density development on this particular site at this particular location.
And one that stood out to me, it states full-time security. Do we have full-time security standards on any other property similar to that in the West End, whether it be apartments, RV parks, trailer homes? I haven't seen anybody else be required to do that.
No, sir. Sometimes you will see it in connection with a drinking place or some type of use that may have a serious concern for security, but it's not typical associated with an SUP. Again, I think the idea behind it was to attempt to mitigate any negative impacts on the surrounding area.
Yeah, I understand. I was just wondering why with anything similar to that, the tent wouldn't be the same. That's why I was asking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Felshaw.
And Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Planning Commission recommended 4-3 to approve this request and not 7-3. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, but I need to consult the record to confirm that, but I
Yeah.
believe that's.
I just remember it being a very close vote.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Y'all answered my question. Councilmember Getz, you did. Any other questions or comments?
And Mayor, just for clarification again, we're voting to deny, correct?
Correct. All in favor?
Aye. We were.
All in favor of approving the denial, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 6, please?
Yes, Mayor. Council consider a request for an amended specific use permit to allow restaurants, professional offices, and retail stores in the GCMD2 General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling 2 District for property located at 4515 North Major Drive. And at a joint public hearing held on March 20, 2023, the Planning Commission recommended. Do we have 9 members? 9-0 to approve the request with the following conditions. Construction plans shall comply with all applicable building codes and fire requirements. Construction plans must meet all requirements by water utilities for water and sanitary sewer services, including any requirements of the city's backflow, pre-treatment, and/or fog program. And 3, a net zero increase in the runoff will be required to ensure the runoff from the proposed conditions match the existing conditions for the 100-year storm event using Atlas 14 rainfall data per Drainage District 6. And staff is recommending approval of the ordinance with those conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 6. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve the amended specific use permit with the conditions listed.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Discussion, Councilmember Getz, Councilmember Turner, and Councilmember Neal.
I think the address of this is 3100 North Major Drive. Mr. Manager, I think maybe I misheard you say 4500, but I believe it's 3100.
Okay.
We
had a swap.
Yeah,
Is that what happened?
There's a
I
correction.
thought I was on a different page
got it. Okay, so it is 4500.
on this one.
Okay.
4515.
4515.
4515. Thank
6
you.
and 9 were swapped in the packet.
Thank you for that
In the packet.
clarification.
So it
Okay.
wasn't my fault.
Yeah, so it's 4515. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Turner?
This may be a question that we recently went through something similar to this with a shopping strip in the West End across from Papados. The fire hydrant location, when we did the flushing, it was flushing kind of directly in the parking lot, and it was causing, algae and green fungus and a possible slipping hazard in front of the particular cigar business. I spoke to our water director, and he said it'd probably be good to look at the placement of these fire hydrants for this particular property, and we kind of observed the placement of those fire hydrants, because I noticed with number 5, we should show the location of the required fire hydrants. I just don't want to run into an issue that we're recently dealing with currently with property in that area, because it's kind of been an ongoing thing, and if we have to flush, I just want to make sure it doesn't disturb the business in that area.
Okay. I saw Mike in here. I didn't know if he was familiar with the property or not, but we'll do that in planning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
I have a question, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Neal.
I guess it's just for the record, maybe it's irrelevant. So on item number 5, you had 10 people for planning and zoning there. On item number 6, you had 9, and on item number 7, you had 8. So
I think it's a typo.
yeah, I don't know if that goes into the record or not.
Chris, can you address that?
We can clarify exactly the voting. Sometimes it's
you could have council, basically commission members can come and go, so the number can change throughout a meeting. Sometimes you can have abstentions, and so that does change from time to time, but we can definitely confirm the voting record for you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Any other comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 7, please?
Yes, Mayor. Item 7. Council consider a request for an amended specific use permit to allow residential care facility in the RM-H residential multiple family highest density district for property located at 1094 through 1098 Cottonwood Street. And at a joint public hearing held on March 23rd, the Planning Commission recommend 8-0 with Commissioner Jabbar stepping out for a second to approve the request with the following conditions. Construction plan shall comply with all applicable building and fire code and requirements. Construction plans must meet all requirements for water utilities, for water and sanitary sewer services, including any requirements of the city's backflow pre-treatment or fall program. And 3, sanitary sewer line shall be tied to the city line located in the alleyway or to Cottonwood Street. And staff is recommending approval of the ordinance with those conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 7. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve with conditions.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor with conditions and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Samuel.
I'd like to know, were there any objections to that in this past planning and zoning meeting where that application was made? And
Yeah, so checking the file, we have one. Thank you, Bart. We did have one objection. They didn't mark no, but they basically the comments from the neighbors at 2506 Magnolia were opposed. We had one at 2440 Cable. The property owner was opposed. That is in support. So 2 in favor, 2 opposed.
okay. Well, I would simply state that I applaud the work that Howard is doing in the city. However, this is one of the fears that was expressed years ago when they began to expand in that neighborhood. That's an older neighborhood with older residents, and they were afraid of the continued growth of a facility like that that deals with substance abuse in their neighborhood because of the traffic, the type of traffic, and the loitering. But Howe has attempted to do the best they can. But because of this fear that was expressed back then and this continual growth in that particular neighborhood, that's where people can't afford to go and move out and buy another house. They've been there for years before Howe got there. They were there when that was a thriving neighborhood. Because of that, I can't support it. I support the objectives of Howe, but I cannot support the continued encroachment or expansion of that facility in that particular neighborhood.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner, then Councilmember Getz.
I do have to say this because I've recently been in that neighborhood. I've even encountered business owners in that neighborhood, and the unfortunate truth is that area, that's what that area is becoming known for. And the reality is, I do want to have consideration for the people who do live in that neighborhood. This is why this particular decision is extremely tough for me, because though we all support the mission, but the reality is some of those people in that neighborhood have voiced concerns. But I do see some terms and conditions on here. Can staff kind of speak to some of the things that they want to be done for this particular property. I see dormitories, office space. Can staff kind of speak to some more specifics?
Yes, so this is, again, an expansion of the Howe Center in order to try to mitigate the impacts of the expansion on the neighborhood and to make sure that it's properly functioning facility. The conditions include sanitary sewer line shall be tied to the city line located in the alleyway. One is construction plans must meet all water utility requirements for the fog, oil, grease backflow program. And then finally, construction plans must comply with all building and fire codes. In other words, just to ensure compliance with codes for health and safety reasons.
So my concern, just to follow up on that one, we're talking about substance abuse and things of that magnitude. We were just talking about earlier in this meeting, residential park, and we were requiring security and we were requiring other conditions. Like, we would even consider this. I would like to see some security for the neighbors and citizens in that neighborhood. I'd like to see some maybe more strenuous conditions added to kind of make it a happy medium, because right now, we gave it more emphasis when we were talking about RV park versus this encroaching the neighbors in that area. So, I think it would be a lot more better if we had a better balance, because right now it looks like we were more concerned with securing the neighbors in that area, but we're not putting the same emphasis on the concerned citizens in that area. So I just like to know why we kind of viewed it that way.
Yeah, I can't speak for the commission. I can say that the council is able to add, assuming that council would approve this or any SUP, that they could add reasonable conditions, which may include security.
Councilmember Getz and Councilmember Neal.
I have a question that may be pertinent. How many, the expansion, how many additional beds is that allowing along with the parking lot?
So it's not listed.
The
It's a dormitory, but the exact number was not listed in the application.
Mayor, the director of Howe Center is
Yeah,
in the
director
room.
is.
Right. I was going to ask Mr. Janice to come to the microphone, and I had some questions as well that I'd like to
Yeah, I
ask.
apologize for interrupting,
That's
but
okay. No, that's what I wanted to
Yeah.
know.
Please come. Yes.
and please address the concerns of security.
Daniel Jeans, Executive Director of the House Center, 2509 Cable Avenue. We actually already have a security system in place that we have worked in relationship with the Beaumont Police Department when they needed cameras facing towards Magnolia. As a matter of fact, when they got the strong-arm robbery on Washington Boulevard, we were able to capture images of the vehicle that we gave them in color, and they arrested them in Washington Boulevard when they were terrorizing the neighborhood. We're not expanding. We're wanting a dormitory across the street and tear 2 buildings down that are falling apart is what we're wanting to do.
And putting new
Excuse me.
buildings.
A new building on property we own.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I've just been informed that we have not allowed other people
Oh.
to speak because there has been public comment on this
Okay.
during P&Z.
Okay.
So
Well,
I'm
I
so
direct-
sorry.
My bad.
It's 41, his question.
Oh, thank you. He snuck that one in. But
Mayor and Council, just to remind you, like P&Z is a joint public hearing, but Council, we don't even allow public comment at the meeting because the only time the item is heard jointly and the time to address the questions are at that P&Z meeting. So it's inappropriate to allow for one applicant to have an opportunity to speak when all applicants aren't given that opportunity to speak. So
But I can question staff.
you can question staff to your heart's content.
I think it's 41.
Thank you, sir.
Chris, you cheating, man.
So,
Councilmember Getz.
so Chris, based on what you may know, or what you may have heard, are we changing the number of people, or are we, what are we actually, are we tearing down something to replace it with something, or what is your understanding there?
Yeah, my understanding is they have been in operation across the street for many, many years. And, we have worked with this group through the the Mayor's Homeless Coalition, and so we've heard a lot of good feedback from their operation. But yes, to clarify, they're moving across the street with this new facility.
And building something new. So let me just follow by saying, as chair of the Mayor's Homeless Coalition, I've had the privilege of coming to know Mr. Janice and learning what they do at the House Center. And Councilmember Samuel, you're absolutely right. They perform an invaluable service. They take people that have had a history of substance abuse, and they help put them on the right path. They help the less fortunate that might not have IDs obtain IDs so that they can become productive citizens. Again, they have requirements where they hold their residents accountable. I regret that we can't ask Mr. Janice questions today, because I think he would put everybody's mind to rest with the kind of stringent standards that they require of their residents. But I believe that what they're doing is tantamount to God's work.
I'm sorry, Mayor,
Thank you.
but I do have one other concern. Okay, I do understand that. And again, I don't question the work of House Center. I'd just like us to be mindful. I was at the planning and zoning meeting. There weren't no one got up and talked about it. But this is something that continuously happens. In some of the areas where people have to work, they can't come down and express themselves. But I do know in the past there have been concerns about the growth because the numbers remaining the same. They're not requesting additional beds. I'm okay with that because it enhances the infrastructure in the area. It looks better, and it will be better housing. However, I want to make sure it's understood that I've seen this over and over again in areas where they cannot afford to move, where they cannot afford to be here to express all their concerns. Sometimes those older individuals are the ones most impacted and not being able to be here to voice their concerns. That is where my concern is. But I do know the work of how. I know what you've done to work with us in that community thus far. So that, just be mindful of what I've said all along. I want to be concerned and considerate for those residents that live around there. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal. Oh, Councilmember Turner.
Well, I kind of stand by how I feel is reference to, we stating security and things of that magnitude for the trailer park on that side of town. RV park, excuse me. And I just want to know, I hate the gentleman can't come up and explain some of his measures, but I understand the rules. I'm familiar with him over there in the north end as well, and I know he runs a tight thing, but I want to make sure the residents in that area know that we are just concerned about the security and people loitering and walking around, while they got their kids out playing. Because, though we're doing a good deed and he's doing a good deed, the reality is, some of those people are recovering and can have issues. So I just want to make sure it's understood that we want to just as big as an emphasis security in that area as we are looking at in other areas. So that's why I kind of would like to know what security measures are in place. Chris, can you speak to that, or you don't know?
So I know that they monitor the site 24/7. I know that, as the director mentioned, they do work with PD. They have a system. As mentioned, sometimes attached to a specific use permit, there will be a condition that adequate security measures be provided. Now, what that entails can depend upon what the use is, and then interpretation, and then the difficulty for staff may be one person's idea of what's adequate may not be another person's. And so if as mentioned, you can attach a condition to that end, but we would ask it be specific as possible. But it is, again, as mentioned, council could attach additional conditions to that end.
Have you, in the past, facilities like this, what security measures have been attached, if any?
Again, I can only recall us attaching a security condition to a drinking place, to my recollection, as a condition.
Okay, fair enough.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Durio and Councilmember Gettis.
So are there any other places like this in that area? If I remember correctly, isn't there some type of facility on Gulf Street, like around the corner from here?
There is a facility on Gulf Street, and it does, my recollection, it is operating under a specific use permit, and their clientele tends to be release from a correctional facility,
Halfway house.
more of a halfway house, and so that's a little bit different than this. But
Are there any more facilities in that area besides those two?
I'm not familiar with any that are similar to this.
Chris, the future facility that's over there used to be a school. Was it Boys Haven? I think, I don't know if it was Boys Haven, but it was a school over there that came up. That's not considered the same thing? Hey, I'm asking just because a few citizens have asked, since that's already there, is this the same? What street is that? I can't think of the name of the facility. I think you know what I might. Concord, that's what I'm speaking of.
No.
Okay.
But we can make sure they're posting no loitering, and I think that's already a part of it. And you have the cameras set. I mean, I'm not talking to you. But as long as they have the cameras, and if we consider it to be somewhat inadequate, if there are concerns from the community, we can address adequate security with the stakeholder.
Correct. So again, the benefit of having a condition of adequate security, if the council, the staff starts getting negative feedback from the neighbors, we can always bring that back for a hearing, and then council can address that with the applicant as to whether or not that condition is being met adequately.
That's fine, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, we've got to take a 5-minute break. We went to luncheon at 10 o'clock this morning.
Mayor, can we resolve this motion before we take the break? Please.
In lieu of the need for a bathroom break, I call for the vote.
May I, all in favor? May I have a motion, please? I'm sorry.
No, it's a motion. You're
Motion.
good. Just
All
call
in
the vote.
favor of approving item number 7, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Meeting is resuming. If I'll ask everyone to take your seats, please, so we can continue the meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you. You got to put your teacher voice on, man. That includes council. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, may I have the reading of item number 8, please?
Yes, Mayor. Council consider a request to rezone a portion of property from GCMD, General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling District, to RMH, Residential Multiple Family Highest Density District, for property located east of 3920 West Cardinal Drive. And at a joint public hearing held on March 2023, the Planning Commission recommended 7-0 with 2 abstentions, with Commissioner Jabbar and Commissioner Javed abstaining, to approve the request. And staff is recommending approval of the ordinance.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 8. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Second. Councilmember Samuel. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 9, please?
Yes, this is item 9, which was item. Council consider a request for an amended specific use permit to allow retail shopping center with restaurants, clothing stores, food shops, beauty salons, and professional offices on the GCMD2 General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling 2 District portion of the property located at 3100 North Major Drive. In a joint public hearing held on March 2023, the Planning Commission recommended 9-0 to approve the request with the following conditions. Construction plans shall comply with all applicable building and fire code and requirements. Construction plans shall comply with 28.04.006 landscaping and screening requirements, and install a 5-foot wide along Major Drive, 5-foot fence along Major Drive from property line to property line. 3, construction plans must meet all requirements by water utilities for water and sanitary sewer services, including any requirements of the city's backflow, pretreatment, and our fall program. 4, directional lighting shall be installed to reflect away from the residences located off Village Drive south of the proposed development. And 5, utility plan shall show the location of the required fire hydrants. And this comes with the recommendation of approval by staff.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 9. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve with conditions.
Second.
There's a motion with conditions and a second. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 10, please?
Yes, council consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with HDR Inc. to perform a water and wastewater utility financial planning and rate model. This idea was talked about back when we were discussing, when the finance director was discussing the ways we could save money as an organization. So this staff recommended proposals, and this, out of 3 proposals, this was the best one. This is a great tool and being able to analyze for capital planning and also for budgeting, and also determine future water and sewer rate increases, etc. So there's a recommendation by staff for approval of the resolution.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 10. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion?
I got something.
Councilmember Turner.
Can staff speak to the citizens in the community on, why we identify some of these things, like the why? Like what came about, what kind of made us look into this?
Yeah, one thing for sure was during the budget process, you plan for future increases or how you set rates in regard to water bills and sewer bills. And this process analyzes your operation, your maintenance and operation costs, and your debt service, and puts it all into one to come up with a 5-year calculated plan to set rates, the bill, basically. Also, in doing that planning, it helps you with your establishment of your capital improvement plan, 5-year capital improvement plan, because you're planning how to pay for those by including those computations inside those same rates that you're going to be adopting with this model. So it does great things for budgeting, for planning, for capital projects. It's just a good practice, best practice for cities to have a water sewer rate planning, financial planning model going forward.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question. I don't see Todd here. Maybe somebody else can answer me. I was under the impression the new water bill payment online that you were only charged a processing fee if you use your credit or debit card. Is that correct?
I think if you use the credit card system online, in other words, if you have direct deposit through your bank, you don't get charged that fee. If you pay in person or by mail, you don't get charged that fee. My understanding is if you use the credit card system, then you do get charged the fee.
I paid mine yesterday, and I used the where they pull it directly out my checking account, and it was $1.95 processing fee.
So that's still considered an electronic payment. If you pay it through your bank, where your bank sends a check, then there's no fee for that. So anytime you pay online with a credit card, debit card, or electronic fee, and what you do is
transfer.
Right, there's a fee for that. And so if you pay through your bank, where you have them send a check, it's no fee for that. Or the auto draft.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 11, please?
Council, consider an ordinance amending ordinance 23-005. This is to amend the ordinance for contract with the county for election services, and it amends basically page 9 that should be in your packet. And the amendment is required to reflect the use of the updated voting machines also. And if Tina wants to add to that, she can.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 11. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have the reading of item number 12, please?
Yes, council, consider an ordinance adopting the 2021 International Building, Residential, Existing Building, Fire, Energy Conservation, Fuel Gas, Property Maintenance, Swimming Pool and Spa, and 2020 National Electric Code, and 2020 ICC, which is the International Code, 600 standard for residential construction in high wind regions with local exceptions. This act basically catches us up on updating our codes. I think we're currently operating under the 2015 International Codes and the 2014 National Electric Code, and it's commonplace for cities to operate about one cycle behind. And if you consider and adopt these codes, that would get us up to 2021, and we're currently in the year 2023.
Mr. Manager, before we go into the item, would you like us to go into the work session?
That's what I was going to ask, because I got
Did
this
us
right here.
skip the work?
Yeah, you did. It's
We
okay.
didn't have a work session. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, let's
so-
back up a little bit, Mayor. First, we're work session, review and discuss the adoption of local construction codes.
Okay, please open the work
I
session,
missed the
please.
page.
Thank you.
I guess for the record, my name's Boyd Meyer, building official for the city of Beaumont. And Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us more time to dig deeper into the codes and do our research and put together our code adoption proposal for the 2021 codes. Today's presentation is something that we have worked on very hard as a staff, including our inspector team, who has been extremely helpful in digging into the 15 documents we have before you today. Following this presentation, we are going to ask you to vote on 5 different items. The first is the 11 documents that I'm about to cover. Secondly, there will be a vote on the International Plumbing Code, then the Uniform Plumbing Code, then the International Mechanical Code, and then the Uniform Mechanical Code. The reason we have divided them up this way was to reduce confusion between the codes. My deputy building official will tell you more about the plumbing and mechanical codes in just a moment. Right now, my focus will be on everything else. Next. This is fine, thank you. Texas, as it currently stands, is a melting pot of codes in both year and publisher. The International Code Council provides the most material for the state, but as you can see, TDLR adopts the NEC as the chief authority for electrical. And plumbing and mechanical have 2 different code books formally adopted, which is the International and the Uniform. The bottom line, local jurisdiction must enforce this as a minimum, but we always strive to adopt newer. The reason for that is on the next slide. So this slide shows state minimum, ISO rating, and of course, quality building. We've already covered the bottom part of this illustration, but there is a tension between the bottom 2. The state adoption as a minimum, but keeping up with the best insurance rates and FEMA disaster relief requirements. Last time we met on this with council requested clarity on FEMA's acceptance of the other codes. After this presentation, Mr. Boone can give a quick update on that specific topic if requested. Next. Okay, this slide shows initial staff recommendation. The first 9 are the international codes. Number 10 is the 2020 National Electric Code, and of course, number 11 is the updates to the Chapter 24 in the City of Beaumont ordinances. I'm going to give a brief explanation of these that we are proposing on the next slides. Next. We'll start with the International Residential Code. The best thing about the updated codes, particularly the IRC, is the innovation it provides, keeping in step with the rapidly changing world we live in. And in this case, we mean that literally, what we live in. Tiny homes are now addressed. 3D printed homes are addressed, which will be utilized primarily for GLO, which is a general land office on some of our hurricane replacement houses. The list goes on. This is a standalone code regulating all construction relating to 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses. Additionally, council recently brought up a very good point about what homeowners are allowed to work on if it is their homestead. So another proposed we are making this cycle is a clause that defines just that in conjunction with the scope of work defined by permit. To be absolutely clear, though, this does not mean investment properties. This just means homestead only for homeowners. Next.
Can you speak to that a little bit more?
Next one, 2021 International.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Bart. Councilmember Turner.
I mean,
That's a question.
that specific comment, can you give a little bit more detail about that? That last one about what we kind of,
Homestead.
the homestead, can you be a little bit more specific?
Yes, homeowners that have their house designated as a homestead would be allowed to, there's more leniency as far as there's still permits required for doing work on their house, but there's a lot of things that they'll be more lenient on as far as the work that they're allowed to do. They can pull their own building permit, they can pull their mechanical, electrical, their plumbing. And the way we're proposing to set it up is to have it to where if they are doing the work and we have to continually go back and it's like obvious that there's electrical issues on something, then we may require them at some point to get a licensed electrician to get involved and to get a permit and get the work done. But we're trying to get more lenient on homeowners to be able to work on their house. And the majority of it is where they're doing sheetrock work repair if there's a small leak, or patching. And there's a lot of other exemptions already in place for everybody to paint and flooring and tile repairs and stuff. But this is mainly on the other items like the licensed trades and more structural work and stuff like that.
I appreciate you. I just wanted to break it down for the people who may not have
Sure.
understood that, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, and as we move forward on that, we'll be able to list it exactly out to where you can see exactly how we were putting it together, and then we'll ask for input, suggestions. Thank you. Okay. So this is a 2021 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code. This is the first year we are proposing a separated out swimming pool and spa code, as it did not exist in the last code cycle that the city of Beaumont was on. However, the expanded volume provides detailed clarity for all pool and spa construction. The adoption of this can be found in Division 10 of Chapter 24 of our ordinance. Next is the 2021 International Building Code. The IBC is a minimum standard in all construction excluding 1 and 2 family dwellings. So this is one of the most complex and essentially a hub for all the different conversations we have in other code books. We start with the IBC and then we reference specifics on projects. Like the IRC, the International Building Code has done a great job with innovation as well. Items like vehicle charging stations, escape rooms are now identified and discussed in detail. Next recommendation is the International Fuel Gas Code. In general, and like other breakout codes, it provides more clarity and coordination, and particularly with the Energy Code, which I'll cover in just a moment. As these homes and buildings become more airtight and efficient, proper ventilation needs to be taken into consideration for gas systems. In other words, the gas code we use needs to work incredibly well with the Energy Code. The IFGC not only references the other I codes, but it also is used across Beaumont today for sizing systems. Next is the 2021 International Existing Building Code. The Existing Building Code continues to be a sound lens to view some of the older and more historic buildings in Beaumont. The 2021 continues to think through specific situations that help ensure business owners or building owners so they don't get caught with unbearable expenses. Based on circumstances, some buildings don't have to be brought entirely up to code. The International Existing Building Code continues to help us have clear language for those particular situations. Next is the 2020 ICC 600. which is a standard, of course, for high wind and hurricane-prone regions. It's for us, since we're an inland to coastal region. Section 1609 of the International Building Code identifies us as a high wind region. Continued adoption of the ICC 600 helps us enforce standards that are particularly relevant for us along the Gulf Coast. Next one is the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code. The Energy Code was adopted formally by the state in September of 2016, and by February of 2017, Beaumont had adopted it as well. I have to brag on the city leadership and the Building Codes Department as a whole for adopting this so quickly and efficiently. However, that didn't come without difficult learning curves, since we've built a team of third-party energy inspectors who enforce it consistently all across Beaumont. Also, as we adopt the 2021 Energy Code, we are much more confident with the systems in place to continue to force this as well. It's important to note with this code, like the building codes and the fire code, that the amount of references to the other international books is extremely high in quantity. We will speak on this a little more when we address the plumbing and mechanical codes. The International Property Maintenance Code is another code that has helped us address some of the older properties across the city with clarity and consistency beside the other international codes. One of the things added in 2021 is a criteria for the Board of Appeals as it pertains to property maintenance and the procedures by which these members should conduct business. Next slide, International Fire Code. The 2021 International Fire Code is also a part of the overall code adoption process, and one that we have worked diligently beside Chief White, Deputy Chief Condina, and District Chief Wheat. There are several points of overlap for us in building codes with this book, but probably the one that we are most excited to see is that battery storage is being more urgently addressed. And that is one of our concerns. Next one is the 2020 National Electric Code. Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation does a great job of adopting the newest National Electric Code. The 2020 in particular adds several incredibly helpful items. One of them being surge protection is now required on all new residences at the breaker box. So your entire house is protected at what we understand a fairly low price. It's also important to note that the reference to the NEC is included in the I-codes, so this book essentially functions as the electrical standard in conjunction with the other codes. At this time, I'm going to hand it over to my deputy building official to discuss the plumbing and the mechanical. Thank you.
Thank you, Boyd. So for the remainder of this presentation, I'm going to give a technical side-by-side of the items or reports worth analyzing in the plumbing and mechanical codes, as well as a staff analysis giving a closer look at the key differences that we see as staff. For those of you that I haven't had the opportunity to meet, my name is Bo Hansen. I'm the deputy building official for the city of Beaumont. And my time on staff, as well as my background, are heavily rooted in this topic. I'm a former home builder, energy inspector, and was practically raised in a 6th-generation plumbing shop right here in Beaumont. So this topic is very near and dear to me. Before we go further, though, I'd like to try to set the stage a bit for this conversation by saying first, in digging through pages and pages of code books, and I can't emphasize that enough, we want to make clear that both the international codes as well as the uniform codes are both solid code books. Please hear that. That's something that we have absolutely seen on every page. One of the most insightful conversations I personally had to validate that was with a master code professional, meaning that he has all the certifications possible. He has a truly unbelievable resume that includes employment in Houston as a senior analyst. He works directly with both codes and knows them well. So I asked him directly which code he prefers, and he gave me a surprising answer. He said if he was solely doing plumbing work, just plumbing work, he would actually choose the uniform code. If he was working in a municipality, however, with all the other codes, he would hands down choose the International Plumbing Code. Again, this was shocking for me to hear, so I pressed him on the why. What is it about the uniform code that you prefer? His answer was that it was a more prescriptive document. And I ask you to please remember that, hold on to that, because I'm going to reference that conversation again later in this presentation. The second thing I want to say is thank you to both ICC and IATMO in helping us thoroughly understand these differences that I'm about to discuss. Both representatives were incredibly professional and responsive to anything we asked of them, and for that, as a staff, we are incredibly grateful. Again, as Boyd said, once I finish, we will ask you to vote on 5 different things. Everything Boyd just covered as a whole, then the IPC or the UPC, then the IMC or the UMC, again, in hopes of reducing confusion. There's obviously interest in shifting away from the IPC, so we want to do our best to present an objective side-by-side, and that's what we hope to do in the remainder of this presentation of the 2 codes. So the first thing we did as a staff was listen. For me, this process began exactly 1 year ago, April 4th, 2022, which was my first day at the city. And since then, we've called many Texas jurisdictions, talked with local engineers, architects, the Home Builders Association, the AGC, the ABC, and the Building Officials Association of Texas. We started our analysis with the nation as a whole, and then began targeting local contractors and organizations from there. The feedback was fairly consistent throughout our discovery process. Thank you again, Council, Mayor, for allowing us the time to gather more input from the public as you see pictured on this slide. It was an extremely helpful process, and at the most recent event, we had roughly 50 people come and share and give their feedback. This included representatives from both ICC and IATMO, local engineers, local architects, and of course, local contractors. When we found someone in support of shifting away from the I-codes, knowing that the interest, if we could go back one slide, sorry. Knowing the interest in shifting away from the I-codes, we paid extra attention to fully understand their concerns. We wanted to understand better. Next slide, please. So to that end, one report was circulated expressing concern that one code book did not enforce licensing, resulting in unsafe and undocumented work. However, our research shows similar language in each code book, ultimately resolved, though, in our ordinance, as well as what we know formally as the Texas License Law. We found that this is probably the biggest driver associated with the emotions with this topic. And so we just want to affirm these publicly as not only legitimate, but deeply important to us as well. Again, my family still runs a local plumbing shop, and each generation had a master license in that shop. So as long as we can legally enforce this to the plumbers in the audience, you have our word that we will keep this a top priority, whichever code book we go with today. Next slide, please. Another key report that we heard was it was a report circulated stating that UPC would be 6 books in one, encompassing the IPC, IRC, IBC, IMC, IECC, and the IFGC. In actuality, only one, the IFGC, could be eliminated. However, we as staff recommend the adoption of the IFGC due to existing field usage and, of course, interconnectivity with the other codes. Next slide, please. When we consider the technical issues side by side, the 2 codes have many minor distinctions between each other, like size of pipe required to showers, as an example. Our research shows very little significant differences. However, the majority of differences tend to be more restrictive in the uniform code. The impact of these will be more of a field learning curve than anything else. And today, my hope is that if any specific technical differences come up, that staff can, with y'all's permission, of course, address it with additional facts that we've collected. We've spent time identifying these in length, and if any come up, we can expand further with your permission. Similarly, in the mechanical code, the IMC has a much greater allowance for items like flexible duct length and dryer exhaust length. Additionally, the IMC seems to do a better job of addressing newer concerns such as battery ventilation, With an increase in battery storage, as Boyd discussed, occurrences like thermal runaway are a key point of concern that we are watching alongside the fire department. And if you're unfamiliar with thermal runaway, it's a chain reaction within a battery cell that is nearly impossible to stop once it has begun. So some of the differences are no big deal. Others are very big deals that we want to make sure we include in our ordinance, whichever direction we go. But again, lots of small differences that we can expand further on if they come up. To be clear, though, these are just a few examples. This is not an exhaustive list. One of the most critical distinctions between the two codes is compatibility with the state-adopted energy code. Though the IECC touches all trades, including plumbing, mechanical systems are a primary component in a building's path to energy compliance. As you can see, the International Mechanical Code is in accordance with the state-adopted International Energy Conservation Code, whereas the Uniform Code simply references standards. Again, regardless, we have to adopt the International Energy Conservation Code, and that code is directly compatible with the other codes that we're talking about now. Additionally, a report was circulated stating one code was a more prescriptive document. We propose the viewed metrics as concrete examples for understanding this report better. The provided metrics help staff arrive at a more data-driven understanding of the report. And just to define some terms a little bit here, if there's any confusion, performance means inspections are determined by potentially subjective information. In other words, rating the worker's performance. Whereas prescriptive obviously means an established rule or method. So the only way to accurately measure this report that is being claimed is by how many deferred answers are written into the primary code, which would lend itself to a more subjective interpretation. The inspector can show up and reference the code official's interpretation or an obscured reference standard, and that's what we all want to avoid. With this being one of the main reports we heard about the differences between the two code books, providing a data-driven overview was extremely important to us as staff. I did this research, back one slide, please. I did this research before my conversation with that senior analyst from Houston, the one I mentioned earlier, and so I instantly brought this report to his attention because I wanted to understand his thoughts. Because this is the marketing material. This is what we're being told. This is what we are discussing today. This is what we all want to get right, no doubt. Which document is going to cause the least amount of confusion for our local plumbers? Which document references outside the primary code books the most? This matters, and we believe this data speaks for itself. When I brought this to this gentleman's attention, he was very surprised. He had never seen it presented that way. According to this data, and I'm open to hearing if anything was missed in it, but the IPC is a more prescriptive document. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then lastly, a report was circulated stating that generally the last to be consulted in the adoption process are the inspectors in the field. Not only have Kenny and Troy been licensed in this community for a combined 75 years, but they both advised heavily throughout this process. And if you notice, both are extremely qualified. Boyd has taught me well to lean on their expertise as we work through this code adoption process together as a team, and that's what we've done. Our recommendation to you today as a council is to take into consideration everything we've given you. If there are any unanswered questions or concerns, please let us know so that we can address them directly. We've had incredibly insightful conversations over the last year, and we are happy to expand further upon request. Next slide, please. I just want to say thank you, Mayor, Council, City Attorney, City Manager, again for your time. Following this, we're going to ask for your vote on 5 different items. Again, the items Boyd covered as a whole, then the adoption of the International Plumbing Code, or the adoption of the Uniform Plumbing Code, then the adoption of the International Mechanical Code, or the adoption of the Uniform Mechanical Code. At this time, though, if there are any questions or comments, we can answer them now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner, then Councilmember Getz.
Ms. Tina, can you go back 2 slides? This particular side, can you take me through the data? Like, how did you gather it? Can you kind of talk me through this data?
Again, this was This was the claim we kept hearing, so we wanted to do word searches to try to get a better understanding of that. And in order to do that, we had to think through what are the words that are going to reference outside of the document, or the primary document. So the key one in the uniform code book was the authority having jurisdiction, but if you'll notice, the number was relatively small for the international code. So to be fair, the international code references the code official. They refer to the building official or the authority having a jurisdiction as the code official. So that is kind of, the first two items are pretty balanced interchange of language usage there. Approved was a big one. That's any reference to an approved, that could be several things, standard or anything outside of the primary text again. Installation standards speaks for itself. You got a fiberglass tub you're putting in, you're gonna look at those installation specs. Reference standards similar there, and then the total obviously at the bottom.
Councilman?
So if I heard you correctly, you said your belief after all this research that you've done is that the international code is a more prescriptive code. Is that correct?
Based on this data, again, it's such a big claim that we had to have a data-driven answer to that, and this is the only way we could arrive there. So based on this, yes, sir.
And so the idea that you would like for us to consider is adoption of the code that is more prescriptive?
That is our hope, yes, sir.
Okay, so I know that when we looked at these agenda items, they come without, except for number 12. That one has a recommendation of approval of the ordinance, but the others,
One moment.
the others I don't think have.
Councilmember Getz, one moment.
We didn't do recommendations, or we recommended not to do recommendations on those items because they were presenting both codes to you. And so to avoid a conflicting schedule, they only made a recommendation on the one that didn't have a subsequent code. So the mechanical code and the plumbing code both have alternatives that council could approve, so there was no recommendation made by staff.
Right, and that's what I was getting to. There was no recommendation made on the others other than 12. But if pressed, which one do you feel would better serve the citizens of Beaumont?
The international code.
Okay. And that is because of what reason?
Several reasons. This data right here, field usage, one of our main concerns is adopting a new code, not only the internal training that we would need to get our inspector team up to speed on, but just little things could add up. One of the things is slope, which I could show you a slide on. The international code has a table based on the size pipe that you use, determining how much slope is required, fall is required for that pipe, whereas the uniform code requires a strict 1/4 inch fall no matter where you are. Not only is that a learning curve for our plumbers, but it's also rather difficult with our existing infrastructure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Neal?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Boone, what was the FEMA response?
So you may recall the last time we discussed this topic, one of the questions that came up was post-disaster, what are the implications for one code over the other? And there was a lot of discussion about the fact that in FEMA's guidance to governments basically, and how in what codes they use, there is a direct reference to the international code. So if you have adopted the international code, there's really no question. However, there's language in some follow-up directives from FEMA and some follow-up memos from FEMA that we've seen, and I think were discussed at the last meeting as, okay, if you haven't adopted ICC, when you're going about your recovery, in order to comply with FEMA's regulations, what do you have to do if you're not under an ICC code? And so that was the question that council asked of staff. Following the last meeting, we did reach out to 2 different FEMA officials, including the folks we deal with on an ongoing basis, to specifically say, if you're not under ICC codes, what do we need to do to be in compliance with FEMA recommendations? Because as I mentioned, there are some memos out there that say, look, the ICC is not the end-all be-all for FEMA compliance and recovery. You can do other things. You can be under other codes. However, you have to do, and let me read this language that's in FEMA's interim policy FP 104-009-11 version 2.1, which states, if the applicant identifies different locally adopted codes, specifications, or standards that are the equivalent to or more stringent than the consensus-based code specification and standards, FEMA requires the applicant's engineer, design professional, or other qualified individual to justify that the hazard-resistant design criteria in the locally adopted code specification or standard is equivalent to or more stringent than those approved under this policy. So again, if you're under ICC, you're good. If you're not, you've got to comply with this directive. But our question to FEMA was, what does that mean? Is it a simple letter from the building official? Is it an engineering study? Are there additional costs associated with that? And as of this point, we have not gotten a response from FEMA on this question.
Thank you. I guess my next question is for the fire marshal. How does this tie back into your review?
I'm Joe Condino, Fire Marshal for City of Beaumont. For us, we work hand in hand. If y'all are familiar, we're down here constantly. So when we're looking at codes, so much of that is, it's kind of a family of codes that works together. So when I'm looking for from anywhere from, say, fire lines, which is the line coming in for structures to have like a fire sprinkler or standpipes or whatever, to the ventilations for hoods, so then they have to do makeup sometimes for like air makeup and stuff. I don't directly say how they're going to do that. I say you've got to have that. So then, of course, the other side of that, it then becomes mechanical side of it for like, as far as like air makeup. So a lot of this works together. When I'm prescribing what we need for the fire codes, it brings in the other codes. And again, I guess we stay under this one family of codes, so often you look, especially in the building codes, when I'm looking at codes as far as, firewall ratings between types of businesses and stuff, that's all in building codes. We're looking at so much of this stuff. We know that one side or the other is going to catch it, and which we do, and we work together on it. But it's important. I guess that it just makes it so much easier that we know that we're all kind of following the same, same game book.
I guess my last question for now, is there any other city in this region, say a 60-mile radius, that has the uniform code versus the international that we know of?
I guess I can't answer that directly. I know, a couple of guys that have worked here for Beaumont have left and gone to some of the other cities around and become building officials, and I have talked to them. And again, that's two cities that I can say no, they haven't, changed over, and don't plan on changing over from talking to them, because I did reach out to them just to find out. But as far as everybody else, I really couldn't answer that, just to be honest.
Do you know the answer to that, Mr. Boone?
So surrounding immediately, my understanding is Gross has adopted the Uniform Mechanical Code. No one else has adopted any uniform code. The nearest city beyond that would be Houston commercially has adopted the uniform code for commercial projects. Pasadena.
One moment. I'm sorry.
I got a question.
Councilmember Turner.
So Can staff tell me the date we first discussed this? Because if I can recall, it's roughly what, 6 weeks ago? Was it 7 weeks ago?
Probably, it was over 7 weeks ago, just over.
Almost, yeah.
All right, and my concern is, you know, with all due respect, I still didn't get a clear answer to a question we asked 8 weeks ago. We talked around it, but it wasn't yes or no. Would FEMA still accept the universal plumbing code? I understand we're saying they didn't respond, so we're saying in roughly 8 weeks we didn't get a response of clarification, yes or no.
That's correct. If we're under ICC, the answer is yes. If we're under another code, the answer is we don't know.
So my problem is, leading up to this, we knew what this discussion was going to be. There's no way we could have been notified that we did this in 8 weeks. You mean to tell me no response at all?
To be fair,
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like, prior to being here, I
Yeah.
think that was the most important thing to even having this discussion. If we would know if they accepted FEMA money, we're here having the discussion, still not knowing.
but to be fair, FEMA isn't really going to give you a yes or a no. And the reason for that is because you're asking a low-level staff person essentially to provide feedback as to whether or not the city is going to get FEMA money based on the code. And that puts them in a very awkward situation. So what they did is what they would typically do is direct staff to their articles or their provisions and say, you know, go with God. But as far as like when the follow-up question, okay, we get that, what does that look like? There's no way for that level staff person to know what they're going to expect because it could change depending on who's over FEMA at the time. So it's not that staff came to you unprepared. It's just FEMA's not going to give you a direct response because then, especially in writing, because then we get to say, see, this is what you told us to do. We've done that, and now you're denying us funding.
Okay, and we also said we consulted with, you know, Houston, who is familiar with this process. And I'm pretty sure they have some of the same storms and disasters we have. What was the findings from consulting with the Houston company that we talked about earlier with the data? Because I still think could be some form of clarification because they're operating under the UPC. So what was the findings?
Commercially.
Okay, commercial.
So we don't seek funding for commercial property. We count that in our damage report, and Chris, you can jump in. We count that in our damage report, but typically FEMA money is reserved for individuals, and so we calculate them so that they can come in and be entitled to those funds. It's essentially FEMA money is almost an insurance gap fund.
And if I could just add to that and to what Attorney Reed mentioned, there are policies, and then what I was reading earlier was FEMA's interim policy, which is someone has asked them to clarify, and they then attempt to clarify in writing. These policies, though, some are as late as September 28th of 2022. So these aren't old policies that have been. This is cities, you know, struggling with these questions, you know, to this point. And again, to Attorney Reed's point is, you know, FEMA is a large organization, and they're not going to be quick to essentially come up with a interpretation of a nationwide policy at a certain level without it going through their bureaucracy. So to your point, I mean, we're not exactly surprised we didn't get a new interim ruling by FEMA on the question. But to go back to your original question, if we were under ICC, the answer to the question is yes. If we're not, we just don't have an answer from FEMA at this point.
But under ICC, is that yes for commercial, or is that yes for residential?
So it is, there are different types there's public assistance and individual assistance, but under the sections that the interim policies are speaking to, for example, are the questions would apply to both individual assistance, which could be residential or business. Same questions could also apply to public assistance. So in other words, you know, if we were seeking FEMA dollars to, let's say, restore City Hall that were, let's say, destroyed by a tornado, okay? This question then all of a sudden would be a question. In other words, we would go to FEMA and say, look, can we have assistance to rebuild City Hall? One of the questions they would ask during that process is, okay, what code are you under? Well, if you're under ICC, this question is answered. If you're not, again, not saying again, I'm not trying to disparage the Uniform Plumbing Code, but the question was asked was, do we have to do additional steps to say that we're going to be restoring to FEMA standards? Yes, we do. The question is, what are those steps? And we just don't know. Could it be as simple as the building official says, you know what, our code is good, or does it have to be an engineering study? We just don't know.
And that kind of speaks to the point of just the comfort level in making a decision this serious, and to get an answer if we just don't know, you know.
Mayor Pro Tem Durio, then Councilmember.
Councilman Turner, if you remember, we brought this up the last time, and we spoke with Mr. Semino, Todd Semino. He said he deals with FEMA weekly as far as money and stuff like that. He said they never asked him about a code when they were giving money out. That's what he said. It never came up.
Yeah, I remember that. I still just feel a lot more comfortable with a solid yes or no before we make this decision.